the ever compassionate. I begin this in the name of love, in the name of light, in the name of goodness, and certainly in the name of God, in this heart of mine. I would say it's nice to see you all, but I'll just say it's nice to be seen. And it's so good to have you here with me.
Hello everyone, my name is LuFuki.
I'm Tazeen.
And this is
Handasat. So we are doing our last episode of this cohort. It's been quite a ride.
Yeah, we've had some great interviews. Great people.
Yeah,
not interviews, but great people.
Great conversations with people, and just, trying to explore this topic of the art of sound. What is sound and spirituality? How are they related? How can we connect? How can we grow? Just so many different things that come from it. And from the first episode talking about Sama'na wa to, with Angel talking about freedom and liberation. And
all the way to
Sophia E.
All the way to Latif. All the way to discussing some attributes of God, as it relates to music.
Yeah. So there's, we're just grateful for you guys being here on the ride. As we all know, we've got, the topic of this week, we're really jumping into what does it mean to be content with divine decree. And honestly, the topic I think is so deep. It's like
it's wide
open.
And it definitely relates to music and performance and creativity. The process of creating something, it crosses that. You can't go in any profession without that profession or interest without coming across that that issue.
And I think to me it really relates to submission.
Yes.
What does true submission look like? I think true submission looks like acceptance. And in music, that's the perfect example of that, especially if you're talking about jazz historically being based on improvisation. That's ultimate submission.
Yeah, it's ultimate submission, and it's one of the highest stages of a person that a person can reach, right? Because you are accepting the divine decree. So what does that mean? So that means your total reliance on God and trust in God that He's going to provide for you. He knows what's best for you, and there's a lesson to be learned with that. That totally transposes into music. To be a person of that time, it's called Ibn Waqt. So you're in this space and time, and you're aware of it. What's happening in the past or what's going to happen doesn't matter. It's what's right now.
Right.
And there's a book I recommend. A good read on this. It's by Ibn Ata'Allah, the Hikam. He has a special chapter in there when he relates to the aspects of letting things go, because it's already been done for you. So why are you worried about it? Why are you struggling? If you do it, if you have intentions on doing it, if you do it or don't fret over it. whatever's going to happen has already been done for you, and that's
That's hard.
difficult state to reach. But that's a state when you have total reliance and rida, being satisfied with the decree that's coming to you.
And I think that's what's so hard though, because it's our expectations get in the way.
Yeah.
How we expect ourselves to be, how we expect others to be, how we expect things to happen. So much of what we do is planning.
Yeah.
Planning for what we're gonna do and what we're gonna say and how things are gonna manifest, and when they manifest differently, it's like that threw off the whole plan.
Yes.
It threw off everything that you put together trying to make whatever it is that you want it to happen happen.
Yeah. Yeah, like baking a cake.
That's a struggle.
Yeah.
It's a struggle. I think it takes
Though I eat the cake anyways.
unless it has salt or something in it. I think it's like takes.
Do something else with it, I guess. Dip it in something.
Sometimes you just gotta throw it out, though.
True.
Sometimes you just gotta throw it out. You can't, and just start fresh.
Yep, that's all related. It's all related. So that's going to be our talk coming up, and we hope you enjoy it. There's some gems in there, so you definitely do not want to miss this.
Yeah, we've got a special guest. We've got Reverend Father James Max Huck, who we met at the St. John Coltrane Church. So let's just go ahead and give him a call.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, welcome everyone. We have got a very, very special guest with us for this last episode of Handasat on Race Karma. And we had the great honor of meeting him right before the pandemic started out in early March.
That was something.
Yeah, in California. So please welcome, we have Reverend Father James Max Huck, and we met him at the St. John Coltrane Church, had the honor of witnessing him play and being able to experience that with him. And yeah, so thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so we, like Tazeen said, we met him last March in San Francisco.
This March. This past March.
We were invited to play. Just a little history about it for myself. I've been viewing St. John Coltrane Church for maybe
a few years now.
No, like maybe a good 15, maybe 20 years. And I'm from the Bay Area, but I didn't know about the church until I moved to Detroit. And I was like, why didn't I know about this? So, and my thought was automatically like, okay, I have to visit there. I wasn't thinking about playing. I just wanted to visit. So a couple times me and Tazeen has been to California the last couple of years, and twice we weren't able to make it because of scheduling issues. Mm-hmm. But this time, with the graciousness of Destiny Muhammad, she made that connection with
for us
to you guys, and which I was delighted, right? And to be offered a chance to play was beyond my expectations, and my experience there was beyond my expectations. Mm-hmm. The people I met there was beyond my expectations, and I'm sure the future would be something again beyond my expectations again. And I think I have met an extension of my spiritual family, particularly dealing with the arts, because it, as we know, that it just reaches over everything, and you add spirituality to it. And I haven't been to church in years. I grew up Baptist, but I've never experienced a church like that one, like the St. John Coltrane Church. When I walked into the church, I was just instantly fell in love. Took pictures and stuff like that, and I just can't wait till we get to see everyone again. So I'm really looking forward to that, whenever that's going to be. So that brings us to our first question. What we would like to know from you, what was your journey to your spiritual music practice?
Well, as a kid, I grew up playing the French horn, and I was pretty studious at it, and attained some degree of skill, and with the French horn, and my mom was a singer, and so music was always a big part of our life. And my dad was not a musician, but he was a very serious lover of music, mostly Western classical music. And so music was always a big part of our life. And certainly for me, as I got to be older, I had my own music collection, and I got really into listening to different kinds of music. When I got a little older and went to college, I kind of let the French horn go. What didn't really seem like the coolest instrument, and it wasn't really like the kind of music that I was listening to. So I kind of let it go, and I picked up the guitar and played that a little bit. And I was really into Jimi Hendrix and the Grateful Dead, and all this kind of predisposed me to be ready to hear St. John Coltrane when I finally did. As a kid, I remember being curious about jazz and trying to find out more. And I asked a friend of the family about jazz, and she turned me on to a couple of artists, but they weren't named Thelonious Monk or Charlie Parker or John Coltrane. And so, my search continued. So yeah, when I was about 22 years old, I was working in a shop here in this small town where I live now, Boulder Creek, California. And the owner of the shop was a huge fan of John Coltrane. And he and I became close friends, and we started getting together and listening to music. And I remember one night at his house, lying there on the floor, and he started playing some Coltrane. And he played My Favorite Things, the studio version, the original hit, studio version of My Favorite Things. And I just remember hearing John Coltrane play something on there that totally blew my mind. It's the kind of music where, you really kind of have to follow it, almost watch it with your mind's eye as you're hearing these, lyrical lines. And I just remember lying there and listening to following this line. And he did something that, seemed to me mind-blowing and impossible. And I immediately began to get very curious about John Coltrane. And I asked my friend, what kind of person was he, And I remember him saying, well, he was pretty intense, And so that was really the beginning of my intense curiosity for John Coltrane. And over the course of that year, we really dove into a lot of the music and had some really wonderful, listening sessions. And he had a collection of Coltrane on vinyl that was about this wide on his shelf. And, we listened to just about every single one of those records over the course of the next year. And at that time, like, I didn't play the saxophone, but I started to get curious about it, and I asked my mom to get me a saxophone for Christmas that year, and she did, bless her heart. And so I started playing the saxophone. It was really kind of very young, youthful, naive, starry-eyed to think, that I was going to take up the saxophone behind John Coltrane, and but that kind of mode of naive or innocent approach was rewarded, I think, by the Spirit, and I give thanks and praise to God. And later that year, my friend said, there's a church in San Francisco, St. John Coltrane Church. And I said, well, we've got to go there and check that out. So we did, and I fell in love with that experience, much the same as, like you said, you did, from the very beginning. And so he and I started going up there a couple of times a month at least, and got really into it. And I remember when I got my saxophone and I told Archbishop King that I'd gotten a saxophone, he said, well, we've got to bring it to church. And, I was kind of stunned that he would encourage me to do that. But, shortly after that, I started showing up with my horn at church and getting up and playing. Now Archbishop kind of looks back on that and he's like, I remember when Father Max, first came around, he couldn't play dead on the saxophone. And so those are the days. But he was always so encouraging, and I think that they saw where I was coming from spiritually, and was really able to recognize and appreciate and encourage that. And so yeah, that's how that got started. Yeah,
that's really beautiful, and it reminds me of sort of our stories with our sheikh always encouraging us to play, in front of the, we would have like a dhikr meditation session, chanting session, and then whoever can play an instrument, it's like, oh, play something for us or sing something for us. And how special that is, for the Archbishop to have told you, you got to bring it now. This is part of your practice.
Yeah. I can imagine, because I wasn't too comfortable playing in front of him, playing with him, or playing, I would say, playing presence. Because reading the history of the Archbishop, he comes from a long line of consciousness, put it that way. I mean, he has a that that's worthy to be noted. So just for one thing, seeing him and then playing it in his presence, I can only imagine how it felt for you your first time. He said, "Bring the horn," because what should I do now? Because now my prayer has been answered.
Well, it's funny. In those days, I was so unself-conscious. As I've grown, I've gotten a little more self-conscious, but like I said, it was kind of part of the, my naivete, really, in a lot of ways, my youth and my inexperience. I wouldn't say I was overconfident, but I was unself-conscious in getting up. And I certainly believed, and, still believe, that that the Lord had something for me to do with the instrument. And so I feel like, I was, even with my lack of skill and experience and expertise, something of that was coming through. And I feel like, that's what they were able to, that's what he was able to recognize and appreciate and honor. So yeah, I'm so grateful for that.
It almost sounds like, of course, he's a master, like a kung fu master. He lets you like play with you. He plays with your ego. He builds you up, and then he breaks you down. And the more you know, the more you humble you become, as age or whatever, or being in his presence. And then you reach a point where you're humble. As before, you were like excited and things like that, but he had to bring you up in order to break you down, or to bring you back up again. So that's
and that's the evolutionary path, that goes back and forth like that, over the years. That's a kind of how you progress, or how you evolve. You're building up, and then you're breaking down, like to maintain humility, and also develop confidence, develop skill. That's the two sides of that. So yeah, big.
Yeah, that's a good point.
As you came into your journey, because you're a priest, you're a sound minister, you play saxophone. So as you came into this journey, coming into the church, playing sax, being around people who are taking from teachings of St. John Coltrane and sort of like this universalist messages of love, I guess the question is, how is your music and your spirituality related to one another? Or how is your saxophone related to your sense of connection to the divine?
Well, it's pretty deep, and it's you wouldn't really be able to fully articulate all that, but like St. John Coltrane said in his liner notes to A Love Supreme, God breathes through us so completely, so gently, we hardly feel it, yet it is our everything. And the horn being an instrument that is played with the breath is very, touches a deep place as far as where the origin of that spiritual expression is coming from. So it really is an expression of the soul. And like St. John Coltrane, said that he wanted to speak to people in a musical language that transcended words. And so, I really thank God for that, because he said he wanted to speak to our souls. And there's a lot of ways in which, words can trip us up. And certainly not least of all when it comes to matters of spirit or certainly religious thinking. Words can often get in the way as much as they can enlighten or clarify. So, for me as a young spiritual seeker, finder, experiencer, and someone who loves wisdom and philosophy, the idea that philosophy or spirituality or, spiritual thought could be expressed with sound and music in such a powerful way that sort of circumvents a lot of the hang-ups that we might have when things are expressed using conventional language. That was very exciting for me and promising for me, because I really felt like I wanted to get in on this divine truth. I wanted to have it rooted in me and be able to express it. And certainly I was able to hear how successful St. John Coltrane was. And, I wanted to at least be able to have a small share in that, whereas he had the fullness of it. I was praying to God to be able to have a small share and have that capacity to express through sound what I knew in my heart and my soul.
That's beautiful. When you read that passage from St. John Coltrane, it reminds me, immediately I thought of the attribute of God, al-Latif, which is the subtle, right? Very, God is one of his names, al-Latif, the subtle one, because ever presence, right? And it's powerful, but it can be so subtle that we can miss it if we're not quiet enough to sit and listen and to hear it. So now I'm gonna go back and read that for myself and extract some meaning from that, because I've read it before, but I forgot about that part, and so it immediately brought me back to that attribute, and I appreciate that.
And that's the subtlety of sound.
That's the subtlety of sound, and sometimes you have to be in the wilderness, is just to be, or somewhere that's quiet, so you can actually hear what's coming to you.
Well, and it's interesting too, because I, off the top of my head, I can't recall, some of the divine names, attributes are paired, and I don't remember if Latif is paired with a divine attribute on the other side. But, I just wanted to say too, because, St. John Coltrane and the subtlety that we're talking about, he also, there's many passages and tunes that, you would listen to and you wouldn't exactly say subtle, because of the intensity of the sound, so certainly, like, he is able to embody, so many of those pairs of attributes, whereas, he's coming with the all loving and all gentle. He's also able to express the divine intensity, or, the wrath of, the other side. So, part of his perfection is able to encompass all that,
That would be interesting to look into. And I think I will devote some time after this to actually look into that. Because
me too.
Just peeling the onion, just you get into that core, Other thing that's interesting, Latif, that word in the action form is the middle word in the Quran, the most middle word. So
is that right?
Yes. So it's a balance. The word is fatalataf, and that's the middle word, the most middle word in the Quran.
How would you translate that?
Oh, really? And where do you know where that occurs?
I have
exactly.
I'll let you know because we're gonna together.
Okay, thanks.
We're gonna do this together.
Right. We're gonna have some homework after this.
That's beautiful.
Wow. It is. It's
that's
that
cool.
balance. You have to
I never knew that.
Yeah, it's balance, you know, and for that to be it's very significant because their numerology and what do you call it? Alphabetology, they call it that. it's wisdom of letters and numbers is heavily
right.
emphasized in Islamic spirituality, especially when it comes to Quran. So we believe that certain what is word placed at a certain place there's a reason for that. So the more we delve into it, we can see these secrets that come out, and this is probably one of them. I wouldn't doubt that at all. So that's going to be our homework.
Wow.
And so, as we know, this is a spiritual path for you, and for us. And along this path, there are, like we talked about earlier, there's a lot of ups and downs. You know, the building the egos, breaking down and big up, and there's instances of expansion and contractions. You mentioned the the opposites, things like that. So one of the things we run into in this path is accepting
what has befallen us.
What has befallen us, we're on the road. What's on that road, sometimes it's difficult to accept, but the wise ones know that obstacle, right, is for them, is to learn from it. So how do you feel about the issue of acceptance when it comes to your practice and
I think that relates to acceptance, not only of divine decree as in things that are out of our control that are, that we're dealing with in our life, but I think it also relates to the music, especially because this genre of jazz and improv so heavily relies on being present in the moment, right? And the sound that comes out in the moment is what comes out in that moment. And I think that the two are very much related.
Yeah.
So we wonder, do you have thoughts on the relationship between the two and just that, how to accept, how to be someone who is content with divine decree?
Yeah, well, it's a ceaseless struggle, I feel, John Coltrane was asked when he was touring Japan in 1966, what is the first and most important thing that you are seeking to convey in music? And he said, love first, and to strive second. And, that's interesting in this context too, because striving is an important concept in Islamic thought as well. And I believe that, there's some school of thought that, you translate striving to Arabic, it's jihad. And, that's the sixth pillar of Islam. And and we're talking about, in this context, certainly like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the greater jihad, is the struggle within. And so, I don't think that, certainly for me as a musician, and it's not like I play things and I sit back and I'm so content with them, what just came out of my horn was an expression of the divine decree, and I'm happy with this. It's a ceaseless struggle for perfection, so as we strive, I think that it's such an interesting thing, and I've been thinking about it since I got your email with this idea, because acceptance and contentment is a struggle. For me it is, for sure. And not just musically speaking or artistically speaking, we strive and we struggle to reach that point of contentment and acceptance. Certainly coming from a heart of faith, we are trusting in God, And we know that God is love, God is a love supreme. And so we know that, and that still doesn't translate, every moment of every waking hour to contentment. And that's true in all areas of life, and also, artistically speaking. And, you can really hear this in St. John Coltrane's sound. He's constantly striving to improve. You can really hear this in the course of even one solo. He's as he's playing chorus after chorus on a tune. You talk about peeling the onion. Like, he's just keeps striving to get, like he said, down to the crux. And when you look at his career, in the arc of his development, you can really see that where the crux was for him was a spiritual core of truth, which was the divine love that he was so convicted of, in his heart, and that he was so, that was so important for him to share and communicate with us, So to me, it's a ceaseless struggle, to the acceptance and to get to that point of contentment. It's not like you just get there and now I've reached my state of contentment.
Yeah, it reminds me of I had taken tons of notes that day during the sermon, and one of the things that was mentioned was that God is love, even when it feels like or seems like God is assaulting us, even when it feels like something is happening to us where it's just so difficult to deal with. And one of the beautiful things that was mentioned in that sermon was to not be arrogant, to think that we're above God, that we know what we deserve, or we know how things should be, or that we understand the full plan. And I think that is what pushes the seeker to keep seeking, is that the seeker knows that there is no end to what the seeker can learn, right? Because there are so many secrets. There will always be this endless stream, at least in this physical world, of that which we do not know and that which we do not understand. And it's like, how can we understand it except to live through it and see what manifests as we get through it?
Yeah.
Humility.
Well, like we were talking about the divine attributes and, the pairs of divine attributes. And, sometimes we experience God as the giver of life, and sometimes, God, it comes as the bringer of death. It's God in all the cases, but we have to be open to all of those forms and all those expressions of all those attributes.
What could you first of all, I'll let you answer the question now, because I have a question after yours.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, so I'll ask her a question then. Of all the Coltrane lessons, of what you've learned from St. John Coltrane, of all the struggles, the expansions, or whatever, the sadness, the happiness, what is a common thing that you take from his
Journey,
from your journey of his lessons? What is the thing that stands out to you?
Well, I think it comes back to like that quote that I shared with you, when he talks about the two most important things is love first and to strive second. Those are, to me, that's it. I know that I'll be busy with that for the rest of my life.
That's enough.
And yeah, it is. Absolutely. And that, that carries into all areas of our life, our work as as ministers, or as work as spiritual, on the spiritual path, even in our family life and in our jobs, working with our children. It's a ceaseless struggle. I know I've said that a few times, but that's, there's never any end. As St. John Coltrane said, there are always new sounds to imagine and new feelings to get at. He said, but we always have to keep purifying these feelings and sounds to see what we've discovered in their pure state. And so to do that, we have to keep on cleaning the mirror. So if this sound and this spiritual expression is like a mirror for us to look into and behold, our true face, our face as God sees it, then, we have to continuously clean that mirror so that we can see more and more clearly and fully what we are, in that divine state, so that then we can turn around and share that with those in our lives that we are in touch with, that we are in contact with, so that we can continue to propagate this thing, a love supreme, to create these ripples and vibrations that will change the thinking of the people, and keep the world on its axis, and bring the divine heaven on earth that we're all working for.
You mentioned love as the center point of that, which I have noticed in my studies, especially from saints, awliya, special people. It all boils down to love. Even from Ibn Arabi, a friend of ours, Dr. Ali Hussein, he did a PhD study on Ibn Arabi.
Who's also got a show on Raised Karma. So
yes.
Everyone who's watching, I'm sure you've seen his show from him.
So his specialty is Ibn Arabi and Isa, Jesus and Isa, right? And comparing the two as far as a matter of fact, art. So like he wrote something to the fact that Jesus is the epitome or the essence of art, his message. So
Arabi said that?
Yeah, no, our friend said that
okay.
And I think Ibn Arabi mentions him in that way as a symbol of art. But I can follow up on that if you like. But one thing I want to mention, so Ibn Arabi, huge scholar, they call him the greatest sheikh. After writing the Futuhat al-Makkiyah, the Meccan Opens, and all the wonderful books he wrote, he come to one conclusion. He said everything is love. And all the things he wrote, his conclusion was that everything's love.
And he said, wherever the caravan of love turns, there is my religion.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
it goes down to that. Yeah.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Ibn Arabi. God's good pleasure be on him. I read a book maybe 20 or 25 years ago. I think it was Creative Imagination in the Sufism of Ibn Arabi by Henri Corbin, that first introduced me to Ibn Arabi, and then been a huge devotee of his writings and thinking. And I've got a copy of Futuhat al-Makkiyah, the Arabic, out of Dar es Salaam, Lebanon, 9-volume on my bookshelf, and I've made some inroads into reading it in Arabic with the help of Eric Winkle, the great translator who's been working on a complete translation of the Futuhat. So yeah, I'm so glad that you mentioned him, because that is definitely like a background or context for my understanding of all things really, and certainly St. John Coltrane's music plays right into the heart of that philosophy. So yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and I loved what you were saying earlier about love and struggle, as St. John Coltrane says, is the essence, because that itself, like you were saying, will take your entire life. and you'll still not be able to accomplish it fully. And I think that that is such a great lesson for us, because one of the things that was also mentioned at the sermon that day that we were at the church with you all is that this spiritual path is not limited to just the church or just the masjid or just the synagogue or the spiritual center. That the true testament to the one on the spiritual path is really, can we take those lessons that we're learning from the master, from the instrument, from the music, from inspiration, and can we actually apply that with people in our life? Can we actually apply that in situations? The hardest one being at home. You know, what do we do when we get into situations and we're upset with our partners or our children, or, you know, we have things that are disrupting our life in different areas of our life. And I think that's the true lesson is, can we, you know, it's easy to go in a spiritual center and feel centered. You know, it's easy in the moment of playing music to be in it, but it's a question of how can we stay in it when we're not physically in it.
Oh, help us, Lord. And you know, I need all the help I can get. You know, they say home is where the heart is, you know, but really home is where the hard is, the hard work, you know. It's intense. So yeah, family life and, you know, children, work, pets, you know, all of it can present some pretty significant challenges. So yeah, help us, Lord. It's every day is it's so true what you said. You know, in church I've heard it said, you know, it's not about how high you jump in the spirit, but it's about how straight you walk when you come back down. And yeah, it's easy to sit on your meditation cushion and give yourself good grades for, you know, attentiveness and spiritual experience. But yeah, what happens when you get up, and that is really where the hard work is. And so yeah, with God's help, we continue to strive and improve, and, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We're going to continue to push forward and evolve, you know, again, with God's help. Amen.
I think I also love, you know, what you were saying about Ibn Arabi and what you're saying about how you were saying about Jesus being embodiment of art. If we can look at each, not only ourselves and our instrument and our music as art, but each person in our life as an unfolding of art, then maybe it'll make it a little bit easier to appreciate those moments with people as we see things unfolding in front of us. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I like that. That makes sense. I'm going to use that. I think I can, you know, I can try to look at my, you know, children or my dogs as a work of divine creative expression. And that just might help me kind of shift my view a little bit, because yeah, you know, it helps, you know, to be able to maintain that in those more challenging times, because I know I try not to lose it, but it does happen, you know, a couple of times a day at least.
I mean, that's the human experience, right? But it's also the human experience, but then it's also being able to look back and say, okay, well, I was struggling, and I'm just going to be honest with myself that I was struggling. You know,
absolutely.
What can I move forward with it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any other, you know, as we're wrapping this up, and we know that you're going to be sharing something, so we're excited for the viewers to all see you play. But do you have any, you know, last minute thoughts or just things that you've been thinking about lately, or things that have been on your heart?
Well, it's such a challenging time that we're in right now, and with the pandemic and social unrest, and at the same time, you know, I really am grateful to God for this opening for us as a global community of humanity to search and strive for ways that we can change and do better. There's so much that needs to be improved on with human life and on planet Earth. And as difficult and as challenging as the coronavirus pandemic is for us, I've been feeling like it's really a precursor to an even greater and more widespread catastrophe that is, waiting in the wings, and that's the climate catastrophe that is going to, affect even more people than the coronavirus, and certainly disproportionately affect poor people all over the world, and people who are already marginalized and oppressed. So I'm doing my best to maintain a spirit of optimism that this current crisis is going to create an opening for some real change, and not just a cosmetic or symbolic approach to societal change that we've sort of been seeing, or what's been offered so far as a very micro incrementalist approach to addressing some very serious and deadly wrongs that exist in our society, such as racism, white supremacy, and the systems and social institutions that have been built up around that. It's certainly we've got our work cut out for us, and at the same time, some of the intense challenges like the Trump presidency and coronavirus have really galvanized a lot of people into more direct action. And so that's given me some degree of, comfort and optimism. And so I know I want to continuously strive to do my part in that, to change the thinking of the people. St. John Coltrane said, I feel music is an instrument, and that it can create the initial thought patterns that can change the thinking of the people, So that quote has always inspired me as a musician, because we want to change people's thinking. We want to change people's modes of being and their approach to problem solving, and create the groundwork for more creative thought processes to address some of the very real and life-threatening challenges that we humans face today. So I'm doing my best to remain optimistic, and of course got my ups and downs in facing that, but John Coltrane said that he was optimistic and wished for all of us happy and productive lives. And so if he was able to see and take in as much divine truth and reality as he was, and be optimistic, then I feel like we can do it. And every day we just keep, striving to do all we can.
I think those are the perfect thoughts. And I think that's what it is. It's, can we all strive? Can we all make sure that we hold ourselves accountable and take the steps that we need to take to see the world that we want to see? And I think that you hit the nail on the head with the music, because that music changes hearts in a way that
Gathers people.
Words fail to
Gathers
do so.
And changes.
Yeah.
You got to gather first to change it. So music does that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate
you so much.
Pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, and when I look back on when we were in church together, that was on March 8th. That was the last time that we were all, any of us were all there for a Sunday service. And I've looked back on that, and having you all there, and Destiny, I thank God for Destiny and for her making that connection with you all to bring you in. That was such a precious experience, and even in the amongst all of the incredible experiences that I've had at the St. John Coltrane Church, that Sunday stands out for sure. And so I'm really holding it dear in my heart, and it's given me a lot of fuel in the tank for this And I certainly am looking forward to getting back into it again, and hopefully with you all. And it's been great to make this connection with you. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll give.
That was amazing, amazing, amazing. So we've discussed his wonderful journey, and how music became a tool for his spirituality.
Right.
It started early. It started off similar to a lot of people that I talked about. Who discovered John Coltrane in different ways.
Right.
That it took a certain amount of maturity of the ears and heart. For Max, it's you can tell from the conversation, it's totally embedded in him. That philosophy, Love Supreme's philosophy, has been his ship, if you will, in his life. And making sense out of things.
Yeah. And just to give you a little bit of a glimpse or a sense of who he is and who the folks are at the St. John Coltrane Church, when we went there back in early March and played with them, they always go through the 4 suites of Coltrane. And it was Destiny Muhammad, who of course you guys have seen her show, Idris, here on Race Karma. And so it was the 3 of us were Muslim and we were there, and then it was, everyone else who's there. And
her husband was there too.
Yep. And Crystal was there too. And when Max came up to say a few words, he ended up reciting Surah Al-Qadr.
Yes.
And he recited it in Arabic.
With perfect tajweed.
With perfect tajweed. And then he did, the translation and the meaning of it. And we felt so moved that
and honored.
Like I had never been in a spiritual center before that was so universally welcome. That's the perfect word. Yeah. Really, really universal. Yeah. I mean, even
genuinely, it wasn't like
for just show or something.
A show. These people, I would consider my people, my family, were just as welcoming as anyone that I go to a mosque.
If not more.
So they had that spirit and that welcoming spirit, that love for the music, and the love for the creator and the love for creation. You could just see it in their, if I can call it, relics that they have. Well, right. everything about them, the families that were there.
Right.
You could tell they were family that come together.
Right.
And they worship together. Right. They play together, and they sing together.
They learn together.
So it's just
you're saying love of things. They also love of awliya and of saints from all traditions. Like you said, he mentioned Ibn Arabi, and that was something that he had studied. And even when Reverend Wanike was giving her sermon, she was mentioning Buddhist tradition. She was mentioning St. John Coltrane. She was mentioning different Christian thought. She brought in so many different elements into her sermon to give this really universal sermon that preached love, that preached unity, oneness. These ideas are shared beyond transcends. It transcends these different religions that we have. It really, at that point, everyone has that same root.
Especially when he was reciting something from John Coltrane about subtlety. How God, he how did it go? He communicates with us, but it's so subtle that we miss it. I'm paraphrasing right now, and Alhamdulillah. That reminds me, and then we got on the discussion of latif, and subtlety, and how that relates to what he just said, and how it relates to music, right? And the importance of that, you know. And so we got a discussion on that, and I told him after this conversation, I'm gonna look into the attribute more and what that that quote is, and try to, because it's, as soon as he read it, that attribute came to me, right? So at least for me, there's a connection with that, that's worthy enough to explore.
Right. I wish we had more time with him because the time is so limited. But I wish we had more time with him to discuss more about John Coltrane and how he was affected by Islamic thought.
Yes.
Because I'm sure he had
Yes.
a wealth of knowledge on that topic.
Yes, good.
But that would be something. I mean, if any of you guys don't know the life and history of John Coltrane, and if you don't know the music of John Coltrane, do yourself a favor and look him up.
Yes, especially if you're spiritually inclined in the arts. It is something in it that you can relate to, even though if you can't speak the language, because his music is a language. But sometimes you don't have to know the language in order to feel it.
Feel it and understand it.
So.
And you can in the music. Do you have any other thoughts you want to share?
Well, I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in for this whole series. I hope you got something out of it as much as I did. I learned a lot, and I'm going to have to go back and actually look at them again to see what I missed, because there was so much gems dropped from the first episode to the last episode that it would take a while to digest everything, because we've been moving and stuff like that. So it'd be a study for me. So I hope someone got something from it. Maybe you're writing notes or something like that. I think a book can be made out of this, because there's just so much gems dropped that just it's something that fuels my studies and my interest in the science of sound, the science of in a spiritual aspect,
right?
As music or art used as a tool in your spirituality. So this has helped me, and I hope it has helped someone else too. And I would like to also thank Race Karma for letting us present this idea on their platform, because
and to run with it.
Yes, and to run with it, because this has been a concept of mine that I didn't imagine. I never imagined it that I would have a platform to even explain it or to hear from other people about it. Of course, we've talked with people of different religions and backgrounds, and people that we know that relates to music on a very spiritual level. So it was a testament to me, hearing them talk about how they practice it. It's a testament to me, and to me that I'm not the only one, and maybe my approach or maybe my philosophy is on something.
Right.
It's heading in the right direction. So
it's affirming.
It's affirming. So I'd like to thank Race Karma for offering that opportunity, and we hoped something will come out of this in the near future, maybe an extension, maybe of some sort, but look for us in the future.
Yeah, look for us in the future. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Peace. Hey, peace and love, everyone. Look who I have here.
Hello.
Hello.
4 of our artists are here. So we have Ibrahim, Tazeen, Lu, and Danny. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Peace
you.
and fun, everybody.
Guys, I'm so happy we got us all together.
Yeah, I'm grateful too.
So how do you guys feel? It's the last day of Race Karma. How do you guys feel?
Somewhat. It's like Sister was mentioning that before we got on live that we just got in a good flow.
Exactly.
And it's one of those things that you're at a good high school, you just love, and you graduate. And it's like I really don't want to go. So you're gonna be like those guys who stick around after they graduate. Like, man, don't they got something to do? So it's and plus I think a lot of the last episodes were very deep discussions, and I think we got a good flow going, and I think people were coming back, got a sense of what direction each of us was trying to go, and as a collective. And so you have people coming back. So it's like, I'm sure I speak for people other than myself that we really want this to continue.
Yes.
This energy is like here, and it's like it's just starting. It's like.
And I think that we ourselves and like others that we know are so thirsty for this. Like art is an expression of love. It is an expression of divine love and remembrance, and it's our connection to the divine. And folks thirsty out here for this, like spirituality and art, and to have so many artists.
It's the good kind of thirsty.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not enough discussion. It's not enough discussions on this. And to have a collective where that's centered is very rare.
Right.
You might have one person, giving a talk, but to have like multiple artists
with different types of genres,
different types of mediums, on the same like spiritual vibe, and so you create the honey, and people are gonna come, because the people that we're associated with are people who are of that ilk, who are interested in it. It might not necessarily be artists, but they have an appreciation for the merging of spirituality and art.
Right.
And I'm longing for it too. I feel like we are living in this age where the secular seems to be taking over like mass society on a global level, right? And so I'm recognizing what it feels like to occupy a space where the spirit feels absent, right? On the social sphere, it feels absent. Like God, you can't really talk about God in this space, you know what I mean? But I think that the souls and the essence of every human being, the spirit that is us, is always seeking after the presence of God. And so whether we know it or we don't, I think all of us are searching and longing and thirsty and hungry. And I think in the world that we live in today, there's a certain level of uncertainty that all of us feel, because, we're getting real used to being like, inshallah, like God willing, hopefully, maybe, like
one day.
There's no real like making plans, because we're like, Rona, she raggedy, and we don't know when she gonna let up, and because of that, we're having to do some real internal work. And I'm like, what better time than now, to use all of the different methods of expression to seek the things that all of us are looking for.
Right.
And so I'm really grateful to be a part of a collective that has a shared intention, because people make art for art's sake, right? But for this one to be centered around the purification of the heart, I think is so timely, because what I've recognized the ills of the world surround is impure hearts. Like people in leadership, you know what I mean? People who have authority and who have power, who are just walking around diseased and not like don't even know it. And so the consequences and the suffering that so many of us are seeing or experiencing or witnessing collectively has to do with a lack of purification. So the fact that there's all these artists coming together to be like, we're gonna talk about this. And if you ain't know, you're gonna know today. Like you're gonna learn today.
That's so beautiful. Danny, how did it feel to be part of a collective that, the book we were reviewing and everything we were reviewing was a very specific spiritual path, and I was just curious to see how your experience was.
Well, I think my first meeting when I came in and I saw the Zoom.
Okay, we good.
She's good.
Got it. The first Zoom meeting, I was like, oh wow, I'm the only one with my hair out. And then I'm like, okay, so they must have decided I was like worthy to be in the group for some reason.
You're amazing. We love you.
Thank you. So I was like, okay, so and at first I did feel a little bit like uneasy with like what to say in between songs or how I would tie things in, because like my brand of spirituality is quite a bit different. I'm an astrologist. I come from a very, very strong non-denominationally Christian background, although I don't ascribe to that anymore. I believe in the ancestors and Yorishas. So it's quite a bit different. So also it was just a new thing, kind of figuring out how to make an episode happen even. So I think when it came down to it, after my first week, my first attempt, I like had some talks, watched other people's. Destiny helped me. I asked LuFuki how they were doing on theirs, and I just kind of started to feel a little bit more comfortable. And the way that everyone was so open and welcoming, I knew it was the right place for me, even though at first I was like, uh-oh, am I the right place? I was like, yes, it is the right place. Because honestly, my first song, my first single that I released this year is called S&M, and I released it last month. And it's about social media and how being stuck at home with your computer or your phone as your only medium to connect with people can kind of start to poison you. You know, you start to have an unhealthy relationship, like you're digging too deep in somebody's Instagram, or you know, looking too far into things, or on it too long and not mindful of what else you should be doing, or get quiet so you can hear the voice of God. And so it's interesting because I released that song, which was about the distress that I was feeling in that moment at the very beginning of COVID. And as we worked through the process of Raise Karma, it's like I don't even like relate to the song anymore at this point, because going through all the different things, I feel like there was a purification that happened for me personally. Like for the last episode, I used to get self-conscious. I don't know if you noticed at the beginning, there's a lot of jumping from one song to the next because I would stumble over my words or feel like, oh no, I didn't say that perfect. I need to go back. And so by the end, this last one, I decided to just kind of relax a little bit more and get conversational and say more of what was on my mind and my heart versus what I had like written down and trying to look at my notes and stumbling over the words. So I'm like, you know, for me, gratitude. And then, you know, it reminded me of my daughter. So like, I just started talking about how like different, how it relates to me personally. And I realized that I am a spiritual person. So that comes out without me having to try so hard.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you felt welcome.
Yeah, I did. I felt so welcome. And I don't think I would have achieved this level of learning and progress if it hadn't been for this project, and just figuring out how to do all this and learning, meeting all of you guys and learning how you guys put everything together and what a network you have. It's a beautiful community, and I'm just pleased to be a part of it, and somewhat sad that it's over. Well, not over, but this is
season one is coming to an end.
Yeah, it's I see it as I knew, Danny, that you would be a good fit because I've watched you throughout the years, even on Instagram, even seeing you live. There's something about you that's to say different, it's not really cliche, but I know you had a certain spirit that
thank you.
You got that light, girl.
You got that light.
I'm trying.
That has octopus arms that can reach out and just attract people, and because of your energy. So so I'm not surprised that you found the groove in this, because it's not like you can go anywhere and be a part of that. Right. You know, that's my impression of you. And artistically, I appreciated your work.
Thank you.
So I said, you know, I think she'd be, you know, try her out, because I think she's awesome. You know.
And it's proof that other people can collab, that it can be an extensive thing to where other people come in and see how you guys do things, how you operate, and spread that out. I think it's a beautiful channel. It's a beautiful project. I appreciate you, LuFuki&Tazeen, for bringing me in, and I really appreciate all of you guys at Raise Karma.
Appreciate you.
Well, we really appreciate having all of you guys. I mean, just like you mentioned, by the way, Danny, I think LuFuki&Tazeen, Lou, you guys would agree. as people were getting comfortable, our edits started getting less and less. So we actually were not making edits for episodes the last week. Like, it's been a really fly week. Can I tell you? We lost internet yesterday because of the hurricane. I mean, it was a lot of like last minute stuff happening. So I started seeing we just like randomly jump onto live, didn't have to prepare. Like, it started becoming more comfortable for me too as a producer.
Well, I think
I had to learn to surrender.
Yeah.
I had to learn to surrender. I think for me, something that I'm praying, inshallah, if everything works out for next season, it won't be in the summertime because I don't know about any of y'all, but Shorty live in the hood, and the 4th of July is like 2 months long.
Yeah,
so
same
it's just
here.
fireworks.
It's still going on here.
What?
Like,
Right?
I would like
Am I right,
record.
Am I right?
And play it back, and I'm like, it sounds like a war zone. It sounds like I'm like, what? So I would have to constantly. Did you guys find the same issue?
We did. There was one where I was on a live with Irum, and it was
on the 4th of July.
I think night after the 4th of July, and I was like, I'm sorry, we live on the east side, so this is gonna go on till 3 a.m. in the morning.
Till 3 a.m.
Going on like almost 2 months before 4th of July, every night.
Well, really, it was like from Juneteenth
to
like yesterday for me.
Every night. I'm like, I thought it was guns going off. My neighbor was like, no, those are fireworks. So up to like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
I finally understood though why people like rent out studio spaces to do this work, because I'm like, it's so distracting, and sometimes it's really hard to like get into a flow of things. And I think for me, the last episode, there were so many things happening. I just was like, and I'm gonna talk about it. Like, I was on, I was recording, and then FaceTime went off, and I just kept it in the video, and I was like, yep, that happened.
I was hoping you guys were gonna just go with the flow and just let it go.
It started happening.
When I was cut off yesterday, actually, when I was cut off yesterday, I just started laughing, like, oh, I was like, at that point, you do the work, right?
Yes.
And you put it out there, and whatever happens, you have to accept it.
You have
Whereas before, I'd be like, "What's going on?" But I actually laughed, like,
and it was ironic because that conversation that we were having right before it cut off, we were talking about how do we accept divine decree? How do we accept things literally? And that was when it cut, like right after.
Wow.
Look at God. That's my mom would say,
look at God.
You know what? Honestly, I was freaking out as soon as it happened. I was like, oh my God. And I started having a panic attack. And then I was like, you know what? This divine decree. I honestly cannot control the hurricane. So it is what it is.
Yeah, you can.
So I hope that you, the audience, I want to ask the audience how you guys found the journey. I know we have some of you live. We have someone message Wanika, Tazeen, and LuFuki. It's so good to see you all again. Keep the light shining. Thank you. A love supreme.
Hello, Reverend.
Let me tell you about her. This remarkable woman.
You better love on your woman. Come
on. She's a part of the John Coltrane Church in San Francisco.
Yeah.
She plays bass phenomenally.
So good.
So my experience with that congregation, and I'm not exaggeration, it was uplifting. And I can't wait to go back and see them again. Right. They're like my
extended
family now, because they hit right here.
And Reverend Wanika, we mentioned a bunch of reflections from your sermon back in March.
From her sermon that we were mentioning in
that day she was giving the sermon. I had to whip my phone out. I was like, because they had the stage and everyone who was playing was on the stage. I was like, I gotta whip my phone out because I gotta take these notes that she's saying. But an incredible woman.
So Max, the Reverend Max, he says, thank you so much for this. Such an honor. Your words about the church at the end really moved me. God bless you both in all good endeavors. I love Supreme.
I think that's the beauty of it too, because Danny, when you were talking this, it just made me think of how being on a spiritual path or having an understanding that there is the divine is true and real, and the divine is love, and it's manifesting every day. Like that's a
Yeah.
common thread that brings us all together. You know, and I feel like the St. John Coltrane Church does such a beautiful, it's just like the most perfect embodiment of that, because they're truly interspiritual. They bring all these different faith traditions, and it's rooted in divine. The divine is love, a love supreme. That's all it is.
I want to look more into that after watching you guys' episode. I'm like, what's this?
Well, when they were,
I was listening to someone speak about the John Coltrane album
go to San
the other
Francisco
day.
and go to church. Your life will change. I would.
Man, once they open up, I'm definitely willing to check it out. Is there one? There's one in Detroit, yes?
I don't think there's one in Detroit.
No, they do have a community in Detroit. I don't know if it's related to St. John Coltrane, but remember one of the sisters there was mentioning it to us. I think there's a community in Detroit.
That's cool.
You know, I heard yesterday someone speaking about the John Coltrane album, and they were saying that, you know, some people speculate that he's actually saying Allah Supreme.
Yeah,
that's what I was just about to say. That's what I hear.
Because his wife was actually Muslim, so they were like, he was Muslim adjacent. So you know, and he actually, when he made that album, he went into khalwa, like he went into retreat. You know what I mean?
That's what the guy was saying.
Yeah, it's like so I'm having a lot of discussions these days with the John Coltrane, even from people from India. So Love Supreme and Allah Supremes, and one person I talked to, he said he probably did that on purpose to have it subtle, right? That's subtle that it could be easily transposed, because it's if no matter which one you say, it's both saying the same thing. Love Supreme.
Again, I hear Allah.
God is supreme.
All
love. You know, if love supreme is true, then it encompasses everything.
That's it.
And the notes on that album, like you can just transpose Surat al-Fatiha. Like
that's beautiful.
So there's one passage that the Brother Max mentioned yesterday. During the interview, somewhere in the passage that related to the attribute of God's attribute, Latif, the subtle. And so when I was reading it, that attribute of God immediately came to me, and I said, I got to read that part again in John Coltrane's writings, because obviously I missed it. But you can read that.
It's so subtle.
It's so subtle. I mean, you can read, I would say, it's, you know, you can read his Psalms or, you know, his linear notes and create a doctrine from it, because it covers everything. You know, it's just amazing. It's like, so when a person reads it, I think whatever makeup of a religious experience he has, he can see himself in that. Because he relates to it. And that's what makes it so universal.
That's what I'm so excited about what we're doing here, is that, hey, like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what path of life you come from. Like these diseases we're working on, this divine connection we're talking about, it's all universal. We're all humans, and that's what makes us all one, to connect to the one.
If you're coming in, you know, sick or diseased, and coming out better than you came in, that is the whole goal, right?
Or, you know what, in my opinion, just becoming even aware. Like, I think this whole program just brought up so much. Much. I can't even begin to tell you, like, being behind here as a producer, just putting things together. I'm like, wow, like I'm dealing with negative thoughts this week while the negative thoughts episodes are happening. Or I'm dealing with divine decree and like becoming like not becoming displeasured with it. By the way,
dealing with heedlessness, because you procrastinate and you know you got a video to turn in.
Oh man. Hey, we got them all out. I have to say, we got them all there, and that's the most important thing. Kamau is actually online, and he says, Alhamdulillah, glad to catch this today. Thanks for joining in, Kamau. We really loved your episode. That was so beautiful.
Yeah, his episode of Digging Deeper. I mean, Kamal's always got gems. He always has something to share. So I'm really happy that was the last episode we aired of Digging Deeper.
So guys, what was your favorite week? And what was the week you felt the most challenged?
I would say my favorite was the last one.
Mine too.
And that's saying a lot, because we had some
great people.
Really great people.
Really great.
Because our first one was Angels of Oracle. Now, for those who don't know much about her, look her up, because you're talking about the plane of spiritual jazz. She is there. She's like the living proof. Right.
And Danny, you were talking about ancestors, like that is right up her alley.
Yeah, it's like I can't say enough about her. We spent time with her in Chicago, and she came down here for a couple of days and stayed with us. Just being in her presence is uplifting. Wow. So when I say the last episode was something that really struck me, it's saying a lot, because we had a lot of good people before that.
Right.
It's just that the John Coltrane Church, how they affected me and the people there, you know,
it summed everything up.
It summed everything up, and it's like one of those places that I always wanted to visit. Like I said in the episode, and Father Max, how he was bringing out the doctrine of love Coltrane, which is something I highly identify with, in him expounding upon that and bridging beliefs and philosophies, and knowing his knowledge extends from the pulpit. You know, he's knowing about him. You know, he studies religion, he studies different languages, and he has this drive. You know, that I really respect. And all the people that we interviewed have that same drive. Sophia.e. I mean, we're gonna, after we leave here, we're gonna go jam with them. And
tell her we said hello.
So just being in her presence is just bubbly. I mean, it's just like we're always like clicking. We always when we leave each other, we always leave with something we got from the other person.
Yeah.
That's
I think that was what I enjoyed the most. I feel like I always benefited from other people and like engagement with other people. Like it wasn't just about our own thoughts. It was like what comes up because of somebody else's words and because of somebody else's presence.
And it's really like, and each episode I got something, and it's almost like this has been a learning experience for me, as far as something I can take with me, then presenting it to the world. It just affects me even more so than the people who are listening.
And what about you, Danny and Ahlam? What were your favorite episodes, and what were like the challenging ones?
This one was. Go ahead.
No, you good.
Well, the gratitude one was my favorite. The first one was my least favorite because it was the first one. And it's funny because this was talking about the loud noise with the fireworks, but I was having an issue with my upstairs neighbors, and I'm pretty sure they were running a daycare up there because there were feet running and thumping and gymnastics and all kinds. There had to have been at least 4 or 5 kids up there. And then sometimes like it would go way into 1:30, 2 a.m. Like,
wow, what are those kids doing up?
And I'm talking about how to like combat negative thoughts, but like the negative thoughts were real. And my lease was coming up. So I had been there for 5 years, and they
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm hearing the feedback.
Yeah, Irum, if you could turn. So, guys, if for those of you who are just joining, we have Irum and Bobber joining us, and I'll be pulling them up in a second. And yeah, go ahead, Danny, finish up, and I'm gonna pull them up.
Well, long story short, I made the decision to move.
Oh, you did?
And after 5 years in that apartment, it was all perfect timing.
Wow.
And now I have a house on the other side of town. I have a backyard and a pear tree. Yeah. And it all came from that was the last straw when I was shooting that negative thoughts episode. So it was hard, but it was necessary. So a lot of transformations through raised karma, changing lives.
That sounds good. What about you, Ahlam?
You know, I want to say I've always been the kind of person who had difficulty choosing favorites. But I can say that I struggle with every video. I don't know about any of you guys, but like I dealt with a lot of imposter syndrome because I felt like, who am I to sit here and tell people about diseases in the heart that I am afflicted with, you know, like, and I felt like I'm not worthy of talking about this. I'm not qualified to speak about this. And, you know, in some ways, I noticed that there was a part of me that didn't want to put myself on blast because I'm just like, so I'm just going to quote a whole bunch of other people instead of telling y'all what's actually going on with me.
But isn't it something that I think that's remarkable, because when we read or talk about something, we should reflect it on ourselves. And say, okay, I'm talking about this and I'm dealing with it too. And that's a way of acknowledging to move forward and to hopefully, you know, take the layers off that and, you know, shed yourself of that. Because if you don't talk about it, you know, you're sort of like, okay, it's the elephant in the room. I'm gonna put it up in the, you know, it's the old uncle in the corner. I'm just gonna leave it there and pretend it's not there, you know. But
and I just have to say, you are so, like, you would never know it. I saw, like, when I first saw your episode, I was like mesmerized. You're so composed and elegant, and just have like a calming, peaceful energy about you. So I would have never known. And
so can you
the
guess my sign?
Are you water?
No. I was gonna say, I seem like I'm like composed.
Virgo?
No. Oh no. I don't know what things mean. I'm a Gemini, so I was like, it's the duality.
You are?
All my best friends are Gemini.
I was gonna say that. I was honestly gonna say that.
I never want to guess my sign, because then I'm like, am I guessing Gemini because I'm a Gemini? But I see it.
Geminis are misunderstood. Like, I'm tired of people asking me what my sign is, and I'll just tell people to guess, and they guess every other one. And then when I say Gemini, people are like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, they're like, "Y'all too."
They don't get
duality.
It's complexities. It's complexity.
Yeah. So that was something that I struggled with too, where I was like, how much of my personality can I share? Like, because if I'm supposed to teach, then like let me get in like teacher mode. Because Shorty ain't composed all the time. Okay.
I love. Do you have a poem? Because, you know, I don't know if people know here on this platform, but really, you're a poet.
Yes, I am.
Would you share something with us?
A Gemini poet? I'm ready.
So this is the first thing in this book. So I'm just going to read the first thing in this book. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So whatever happens, it's the divine decree of God. Okay.
Yes.
In the name of love and light. What is this now but eternity in a moment? But all of life's grandeur and majesty, the brilliance of our breath, barring no one, encompassing each living being, containing the collective of our beauty, of our glory. Take a look at this. The twinkle of this time, the glitter of this gift that is this instant. Fill your chest with me. Place your hand upon the breast that holds the beating of your heart, the drumming of your soul. Can you hear it? The melody, the music, the reverberating miracle that is enclosed in this body, the perfected form we have been fashioned with. Adorn yourself with the love required to honor this person, this self, the I and I. Love, the spirit medicine, a remedy for the brokenhearted, the diseases we carry inside our blood, the emptiness in our bones, the loneliness that is a lie. Let it go, beloveds. We are here together. Rediscover the palm of your brother, the pulse of your sister. You are not alone, sweet one. You are in a marriage with every honey holding heart that walks beside you. What must you divorce to make this true? This marriage, this union with all the souls of the world, what must you relinquish to be fully naked in the love? To give yourself to the light, whole. Undress the garments that cover your truth. Remove the ugly. the uncertainty, the confusion, the not knowing, the betrayal, the abandonment, the pain, the insecurity, the envy, the greed, the jealousy, the selfishness, the stinginess, the fear, the fear, the fear, the poverty, the thirst, the hunger, the depression, the suppression, the silence, the shame, the suffering, the anger, the frustration, the flaws, the shortcomings, the fallibility, the anxiety that consumes. Let it out. Put it on the table. Don't lose sight of the suffering. Look it in the face and make it your friend. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Forgive your heart. Have mercy, beloved. Aren't we all waiting to exhale? Aren't we all suffocating just a little? Breathe deeply, for this is the moment that you shall be freed from the guilt and the blame. Give thanks for a chance to make things right, to rectify your state, to reinstill your bliss, to remember your righteousness. And do not choose bondage. Liberate yourself. Liberate that light and shine, my lovely. Illuminate in a way that enriches the other, that makes room for the other to be an infant again. Rebirth your innocence and look at how impressive the universe is, granting us a love that envelops all things. Amen.
Wow.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much.
See, if you'd read that first, I would have guessed Gemini. I thought that was beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So beautiful. Wow. Thank you
That's
for that. I'm
Thank
so glad we got to
Thank you for that.
debut your poetry on Race
Wow.
Karma.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
So beautiful. Well, guys, we have to move into Irum's weekly episode. But any last words before we bring them in?
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Love
I
y'all.
agree. We have some cool things coming, guys. Cool things.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for everything. Amna, we appreciate you and everybody behind the scenes. We couldn't have done this without you guys. So thank you for just giving us an opportunity to express ourselves,
Yes.
to be a family, because we all stuck together now.
Yes.
I'm messaging you guys on Slack all
And
the time.
Amna, you are our queen.
Oh no,
you so much.
You guys are the ones who've done all the work.
Pleasure.
Thanks, guys. Go ahead.
Thank you.
LuFuki&Tazeen, you guys have any last words before we
I'm just grateful. I think that Ahnam's poem was like the perfect way to sort of just sum up all the feels and all the thoughts.
I can't say anything else after that.
And
Yeah, it's been said.
yeah, just trusting ourselves and trusting that things happen for a reason, and we are in each other's paths for a reason, and something beautiful has come from it. And I hope that inshallah something wonderful keeps flourishing from it.
Yes.
I mean,
I have hope for that. I have hope for that.
okay, guys. Well, we are going to move right into Irum's weekly show. So thank you guys for joining us, and I hope we all get to see you very soon. So
Go.
you guys can wait out for that.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for joining my last episode, actually, of Finding Our Truth in Words. Today I have a special guest, my husband. His name is Babar. For those of you who don't know him, he's a hip-hop artist. He's a rapper, songwriter. He does a lot of creative things, actually. And if you have been staying up to date with the episodes, I've been interviewing different writers, artists, musicians. So I thought he would be the perfect way to end the show.
Hey, assalamu alaikum, guys. Yeah, she gave me a good introduction. Thank you.
No problem. So I'm really excited about today's or this week's actually theme of gratitude. We've actually been talking a lot about gratitude and this whole concept of just being more grateful and how to incorporate gratitude into our lives, especially with all the struggles that life throws at us. So Babar, can you talk a little bit about your opinion of gratitude and maybe even like something you struggled with that has had a huge impact on your life and how it kind of taught you to be more grateful and taught you this greater concept of gratitude as a whole?
Yeah, so gratitude, I used to just think gratitude was something you show when somebody gives you something. But now I realize that gratitude, you're always able to be grateful no matter what, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, like, be grateful to me and I will increase you. And I was just reading that today. And also, like, if you're not grateful, then the opposite will happen to you. You'll be decreased and like you'll actually be in trouble. And I also was listening to a lecture where they said that where the sheikh said that the ingratitude is linked to disbelief. So gratitude is a big thing for me now, and I've been through highs and I've been through lows, and so I'm diagnosed with bipolar. So I've actually went through like episodes and stuff of being like really low and being really high. So now I can understand what it's like to be grateful in both extremes.
Actually, while you were talking, I had another thought about this, like when you're really going through something difficult and someone maybe tells you, be patient or be grateful through this because there's so much good in it and people have it much worse. But when you're in that position, that actually doesn't really help at all. So if you've been in a situation like that, what do you tell yourself to kind of combat that, feeling of repulsiveness almost, that like, no, this is not helping me. Why are you saying this to me?
Well, when you can't control your feelings, you control your actions. So in that point, so like when like I can't get my nuffs to be grateful or I can't get my nuffs to feel good or be happy or trust, then I just use my tongue to say Alhamdulillah, or I use my tongue to do dhikr, or I use my limbs to like walk to the masjid, or just do acts of thankfulness when I can't get myself to feel thankful.
Mm-hmm. That's really smart. Yeah, actually, we are live right now. So if you guys have any questions throughout us talking or any type of insight on gratitude and how you've found yourself to be more grateful and have more gratitude, please leave it in the comments. We'll be reading them and answering to them. So, Babar, do you have any songs that you maybe talked about gratitude in a way where it wasn't very direct?
Yeah, so I have a song that I put out called Say Mashallah, and there's a more popular song called Say Mashallah that came out afterwards. So it's not the Khalid Sadiq version, it's the Babar version, but I had this song that I put out in like 2015 or 2016, and this was when I was younger. And it goes like, say mashallah when you see me, say mashallah when, just say mashallah when you see me. So I was playing with the concept of you don't want to like attribute someone's greatness to the person solely. You want to, when you see somebody has something great or they do something great or you're impressed by them, you want to attribute that to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you say, mashallah. So I was saying that because I came up with the idea because I didn't want nazar, or I was thinking about that. And then at the same time, I was feeling myself. So then I just came up with a song, Say Mashallah.
Mm-hmm. So can they, where can everyone hear this song?
I don't think you guys can find it because I've taken my stuff down, up and down. I don't even know. My stuff is not organized. Right now, I'm just a solo artist with with a little bit of help from my wife sometimes.
Okay, so it's not on SoundCloud currently, or Apple Music or Spotify? Okay, no problem. If anyone does want to hear the song, feel free to message us in the comments and Baber can email it to you.
Yeah.
Also, another thing I wanted to mention for my last show, I haven't talked much about my personal work as a writer. I'm mainly focused on other, again, writers, musicians, and artists. But today I wanted to read an excerpt from my book that was published last year. It is called Nothing to Summit. If you are interested in purchasing this book, please, again, leave a message in the comments. It is available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble online. I can also mail you a copy personally. So the excerpt I'm going to read, it's a little bit long, so I'm only reading the second portion of the piece. If you do have the book and you're tuning in, this is on page, it starts on page 75. And the chapter name is called, or the name of the piece is called Understanding Qadr, or Understanding the Divine Decree. When I personally think of this whole idea of gratitude and being more grateful, I think about how we have to accept and honor Allah or God's decree or whatever He has willed for us. So this piece actually was written with that in mind. I'm just gonna go ahead and start. This is I would say, close to the end of the piece. Often His decree enters our path uninvited and appears in many guises, but only the believer embraces it with a smile and open arms. One of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him's companions, Urwa ibn Az-Zubair, perfectly demonstrated this concept of embracing Allah's decree. While having his leg amputated, he was given the news that one of his 4 sons died. In light of losing a loved one and a limb, Urwa said, "O Allah, you took one child and left me many. You took one organ from my body and left me many organs. O Allah, you tested me with my body and you were kind to leave me with good health. You tested me with the loss of my son, but you were kind in leaving me the rest of my children. Ultimately, the fear our Lord tests us with only encourages us to increase our tawakkul and strengthen our taqwa, fear of God, and iman, faith. You learn how to live in a constant state of alhamdulillah, or in other words, praise be to God. No matter what the circumstance may be, you give all your praises to the Most High." Again, this is a little bit long, and it would take a little bit more time than I would want to complete it. So this is just a short excerpt from the piece. Baber, what are your thoughts?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So what do you think about someone being scared of, okay, the more grateful I am, maybe Allah will test me even harder as I get more and more grateful?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a verse in the Quran that you mention actually pretty often to me too, that the more grateful you are, the more I'll give you. God says that to us. So I feel that
shouldn't be afraid.
Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't be afraid because there's 2 sides to it. The more grateful you are, the more He'll give you. That doesn't always necessarily mean test. And when He does test you, I believe that He will only, actually, Allah tells us He only tests us with how much we can handle. Mm-hmm. And again, like how I mentioned earlier, sometimes someone will be going through something so difficult and another person coming to them telling them, hey, it's not that bad, it's okay. Or even telling them, hey, Allah will, or God will only test you with how much you can bear. That doesn't always help. But it's a good reminder, especially in retrospect, when you think of these issues that you've gone through in the past or struggles that you thought you wouldn't make it through. That's the same realization that you'll have each time is that, yes, I did go through it because I was able to, and I was able to handle it. And there's so many levels of pain that we can't even fathom. And inshallah, we'll never be faced with those types of, that type of pain.
Yeah, inshallah.
So, Baber, can you tell me again? So sorry, one second. Okay. Sorry guys, there was a little tiny technical difficulty, but we're actually going to have the founder of Race Karma, Amna, jump on, and we have a couple questions for her as well.
Special guest,
we
and I'm super
would love
excited
to
have her.
hear your input.
The individual that I co-host Saturday
Yes.
episodes
Yes,
with,
we
which
can.
are aired every Saturday at 7 p.m.
We have YouTube
Eastern
pulled up,
time,
so we can
make
actually
sure to check that out. Medina is a mother of 3. She is a songwriter and a singer as well. And she is also the author of 3 books. The most recent one is titled The Invisible Muslim. And she's also based in Spain, which is super cool. So let's get right into it. Thank you so much, Medina, for joining us today.
Hi, Irum. Salam alaikum. Thanks for inviting me on your show. This is really fun.
Of course.
Yeah.
I love that we're doing this today because we're generally doing the live writing.
Yeah.
So
Right.
It's a really nice way for viewers to get to know you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm pretty sure most people who watch the show
it takes a lot of
Sundays
vulnerability
watch the show
to
on
share these
Saturdays
types of
with
struggles,
you.
and I think
So,
that it's very
I know
honorable
if I was a
whenever
viewer,
I
I would be very
someone who
interested
does
in
do
getting
that.
to know you better.
It
So
happened
this
as
will be
well
fun.
in the previous episodes. I really appreciate that. And Amna, thanks for doing that right now. Real quick, I wanted to actually get your input on this idea of kind of what we were discussing, you know, when someone is going through something really difficult, but someone else comes and says, you know, it's okay, just be grateful.
So
you won't go
basically,
through
I knew
anything
at about the
there.
age of,
How do you
I don't know,
respond to
6 or
that?
7.
And
My
sometimes
plan
it
was
doesn't
to
help
become a
in that
writer. But
moment.
my whole plan was to get out of England, which is where I grew up, learn languages and write books, which is actually effectively what I've ended up doing many years later. So it sort of shows a testimony to the power of childhood dreams. They can sometimes work out in surprising ways. So initially I wanted to be a fiction writer. Like that was my idea was to write novels. And I have actually got a couple of novels unfinished in my computer. And then I sort of moved on to songwriting. As a teenager, I was like, so initially I was really into like fantasy and sci-fi and comedy. And I sort of wanted to write really sort of fun writing, things that would just grip people, but get them really, just be really entertaining. And I think in a way I've never really lost that, because that was sort of my first joy, was reading the sort of book that you just turn the page and you whip right through and you're in this whole world that the writer has created, and then you're really devastated when it ends. That's the kind of writing that I aim to write.
I think
So
dang, I had
then as
something that I
a
was gonna
teenager, I
say.
started getting into playing
Never mind,
music.
I forgot.
Again, I started playing
I
guitar
really
probably as
love
a
what you're saying, Amna, and I
school,
think though that it
for
takes a
sure.
lot of, I guess people
And I
need
grew up in
to
a household that there
inform
was, like, all
themselves
these
and
guitars
get
sitting
and really
around,
make
and,
that
you know, my
effort
dad
to
would
get
pick it up and
informed,
start
because
playing, and my
otherwise
brothers
there's going to
played
be
as
so
well.
much
So it
ignorance
was
on the
very
topic of mental
natural
health, and
to like,
although it's much better
and
now
also
than
a
it
lot
was
of singing.
probably 10 years ago, there's still so much more
But
work I
mainly
feel that
actually
needs to be
through
done.
dinner
There's a
gatherings.
lot
So
of
we would get together and sing,
I guess mindlessness when it
sing
comes to
qasidas and sort of nasheed.
interacting with people who
So that was
may
like my
have that
introduction
mental
to
illness.
poetry
Yeah, I
really,
remember.
and
I remember
songwriting,
what I was gonna say.
even though it was through
So
Arabic.
I was
So
gonna
it's kind
say
of a
that,
funny,
and when people
funny
don't
kind of
know
byway,
or
because
don't
I would
take
read
someone's pain
translations, but
seriously,
obviously if you're
then that
singing,
person
you
can
get
be
used
going
to
through
the
that pain
sort of
like for no
the
reason for a
sonority of
longer
the
period of
sounds in a
time, just
different
because
language. So
no
then
one's taking it seriously.
after some
When if everyone
time,
would
I
have just
kind of
taken it seriously,
put writing on
it
hold
could
a little
have
bit. I was sort of thinking I'm going to write
shortened the
novels,
time
or
that
trying to
person
write
went through
novels,
that.
and it sort of wasn't quite working. I embarked on a degree, so I was doing that from 2001 to 2005. And then after that, I thought, okay, well, maybe I can write essays really well, so maybe I should be doing journalism. I tried my hand at journalism, and honestly, I found it too dry. Like it's sort of not really. Dealing with facts and information is really enriching, and it's really interesting, and you can discover, like, especially kind of research and investigation. It's really fun. Like that is gripping to me.
I had the exact same situation, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. But I want to hear more. So go on.
Well, so yeah, I kind of thought, all right, so I've learned the skill,
Yeah.
the craft of
Yeah, for
essay
sure.
writing, so
That's
I
so
should
beautiful that you
employ
said
that,
that.
and maybe
Yeah,
that will,
definitely.
you know, help me pay off my student loan. Ha ha.
Yes, so
But
definitely
so I did
like
write a few. I did a few interviews.
so
I wrote a couple
I was
of
diagnosed
articles
with
for a magazine
OCD
called ML in
and
England,
depression as
Muslim Lifestyle.
well. Like depression is something
Islamica, I
that comes
did
and
an
goes, but
article,
OCD is something that's kind of just
and I
stays
wrote a
there.
short story also that was illustrated by my sister.
And
That's
so
in
the
Islamica,
OCD
but
definitely
that
helps,
actually
and
closed, that magazine.
with Islam, but also
And
it
ML
can be
has
a
gone
double-edged
to
sword. But
digital. So
I can definitely say that
I
it's
kind of
one of
wanted
the
to
main
write about
reasons
things that
why
I found were
I'm
thought
more
were topical
practicing
and
than I
important.
would have
And
been
as a
if I
Muslim, I
didn't
felt
have
like there's
OCD.
not enough Muslim voices out there.
Yeah,
Muslim
that's a great point,
women,
actually.
speaking.
I've also seen this just
And really sort of speaking our
spending
truth.
time with
Like
Babar and living with
there's a
him,
lot of
that
kind of
there are
current affairs.
he kind of showed me that there's
news
certain
stories that come out
tests that
about
Allah
Muslims, but it's
gives
always
us
about
that
Muslims,
are
and it's always
literally
about the
ways to
problems of
grow
Muslims.
closer
I
to
felt
him
like
and keep
I'd
our
really
heart
like to
close
share
to him.
something that's
For
a bit
example,
more
with
inspiring
the
than that,
OCD thing that you're mentioning,
and also more realistic.
can you
because
explain
it's
a little
not
bit more
true
so
that
people
everyone
understand?
So like basically with the
horrific
OCD,
situations all the time. You know, I mean,
let's
those
say you're at a
situations do
friend's
exist, and
house
we do
and
need
they're
to
like,
give
hey, what
attention to
should we
them.
watch? And they're on
But it's
Netflix and there's
you know, the news
some movie and
skews.
it's not like that bad,
catchphrase.
but it's
The
like,
news
oh, you know, there's
skews.
some parts in there that are
So you get
like
this kind of
haram.
snapshot of reality,
And
which
so you
is,
just
you know,
like,
all the
so my
dramas and
OCD
all
will
of the
kick in and like, I'll be like, no, we can't watch this or whatever, even though everyone else is like, no, it's not that big of a deal. Or like, let's say I'm about to pray and I feel like, oh no, I didn't like wash my feet. And I'm like, did I not, or did I? And it's like that extra questioning and that fear, that extra fear that normal people don't have allows me to do things that normal people don't do.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Kayem and his wife are awesome.
Kayem, you gotta text me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many things like, should I lower my gaze literally? Should I lower my gaze only when it's like I'm feeling lustful? Like, should I have a fist length beard? Should I not? Should I wear a turban? Should I wear a hat? Like, how should I dress? Like, should I tell my wife what she should dress like? Like, makeup, like nails, like there's so many different topics that there's literally like major sheikhs and muftis come out and say it's haram. But then it's like, majority of the Muslims are doing it. And then there's like, so there's so many different opinions, you don't know what to do. So what I just like, it was so hard on me that like, I literally was about to like die. So I was just like, you know what, I'm just like, whatever opinion is just going to be easy. I'm just going to take it because I have OCD and it's just like, it doesn't make sense to live like that.
Yeah. You know what happens too is that I will have to say that a lot of adults in our parents' generation kind of raised us, especially being immigrants and some of us being immigrants and some of us being children of immigrants. We came here with parents who had this fear of us kind of either losing our faith or being too Western or kind of like losing our roots or an essence or I guess an idea of what our roots are. And because of that, they kind of enforced Islam or enforced culture in a way that kind of became so restrictive to the point where at that age, you know, we wanted to really rebel. And at the same time, it also made us see Islam kind of as like a chore or kind of like an obligation and see the rules much more than the beauty of it. And I mean, I'll have to say I was grateful and I didn't have parents like this, but I saw it in almost a lot of people, a lot of close people to me, very close friends, even other extended family members. And I see now that those people struggle so much with this like idea of how loving Allah is and how loving God is. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I love that. That's really mhm. Yeah. 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 Or be on the verge of it. Yeah.
You know what happens to me? Mine is like I fear God, and then I'm like, okay, I'm fearing God, and then I fear Him more, then I fear Him more, and then it's like, and then and then I have no option when I'm at the very bottom to just be like, okay, let me have some hope, and then I go all the way back up. So that's like kind of how mine is. But now, but yeah.
I know we're running out of time, so Kayem is actually next. So we should wrap this up. And Amna, I really appreciate you coming on, and Babur, thank you too. Really loved your insight.
Oh, thank you.
Um,
I want to talk to you a little bit about what this experience on Race Karma has been for you and how, and then KM will be just jumping in right now as we're talking.
Perfect.
So, for those of you who don't know, Babur is actually part of the Raise Karma collective as well, and he has a music video. Unfortunately, it didn't get finished in time to live stream it, but it will be released in the month of August, and we're really, really excited to share one of his quarantine songs. So, tell us before we talk a little bit more, the song that we picked, was it a song that you wrote while you were in quarantine, and what state of mind were you in?
So I wrote that last year. I went through like 6, 7, 8 months of depression before I so right when I came out of that depression, I knew all those feelings were fresh. So I captured them and I made that song. And then that's when I was feeling better. And then at the height of me feeling like really good and me dropping my album, COVID hit like the same week. So then I called, because I knew that everyone was saying quarantine. I didn't know how long it was really going to last. I was thinking in the beginning, like everybody else, like, like a month or whatever. So then I was like, I'm just going to title my album Quarantine, because I had an album together and I just was like, all right, I'll call it Quarantino, Babur Quarantino, because Logic has an album called Bobby Tarantino. So I was like, all right, I'm going to call mine Babur Quarantino. And so I wrote the song right before COVID, and then I just called it Quarantino.
And it was, I may have missed this, but it was right after you came out of the depressive.
Yeah, it was just when I came out of the depression. So I'm talking about OCD, I'm talking about compulsive, like my medicine, Xanax, like all that stuff. So it's like a really open song talking about everything.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's my favorite song on the album.
Awesome. And then Irum, what has been your reflection throughout Race Karma and like being there through the 4 episodes and just like being a witness and being a part of all of this? And you also work on the back end, so.
Honestly, being on the back end of things as well has kind of allowed me to have this greater appreciation for Race Karma and all the work, honestly, that you've been putting into this, and obviously the whole team as well, all the artists and residents that are part of this. I feel that a lot of us are living in a place where we don't have that strong of a community, especially when it comes to spirituality and mixed with art, right? So people who kind of use their art to kind of increase their sense of spirituality and kind of find closeness to God. I think that's very, very rare, and I feel that Race Karma was this opportunity for us all to meet each other who have that same type of like mindset, when it comes to our work or our art, which was really beautiful. A few of the artists I had known from before both of us knew, but it was so great to meet so many new individuals, and seeing their work was super inspiring too. and being on these lives. All of it was a great experience. I hope that we can continue to stay connected, and also I'm really looking forward to seeing more growth in Raise Karma and all the work that Raise Karma has planned.
Yeah, we're so excited to continue growing with you guys, and really appreciate you coming on and sharing and being just being honest and open every week with us. Really going to miss our time with you. It's been such a beautiful journey.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep it maybe once a month with Medina,
We're so for those of you who don't know, Irum actually had 2 episodes on Race Karma. I mean, 2 segments. She had the segment that she'd been doing Sundays, and then the live writing, which both, if you guys haven't watched already, please go back and catch up. There's some beautiful, beautiful poetry that was written and stories written by Irum. So thank you guys so much. We're going to jump into our next episode with Kayem, and I am so excited for him to introduce our guest. She is so cool, and honestly, I hope I'm like her when I grow up. So we're gonna move into Kayem's bumper, and he will be live with you right after. Thanks, guys, for coming.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, assalamu alaikum.
Hey.
1 second.
That was really good.
Yo, peace and blessings, everybody. This is Kayem. Welcome to Heart on Raise Karma. We're going to keep it going with the theme today of gratitude. And I'm super honored and humbled and privileged to have a very special guest tonight. She navigates a lot of different identities as a Choctaw woman, as an African-American woman, as a Muslim woman, as our spiritual leader and guide. You see her, she's always one with nature. Thank you for joining us. Grandmother Walks on Water. How you feeling? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. I am wonderful. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm blessed to be in your presence. Can you tell us a little bit about, you wear a lot of hats. You are a singer, a vocal coach, a poet, a natural lifestyle enthusiast, a tea lover. And I can attest to that because when we're on the road and you're in a hotel room, you always have your tea sets and your specialties with you. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do and your history?
What I'm doing when?
Just your history and what you do, a little bit of background about yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, like you mentioned, I am Choctaw, and I am, we also have African blood in our family. I know people always say African American, but the Americans did a lot of stuff to us to create their country. So I'm actually not an American. That's a whole nother country that has occupied us. So I do not resonate with that occupation. I am a grandmother and a mother, singer, a vocal coach, a healthy living coach. I help people to change their diet. I'm a proponent of the blood type diet because we are all coming from different places with our blood, and everybody's blood carries different antigens, and foods are helpful to your body, and some foods are not helpful to you. And so I'm a proponent of eating for your blood type and your DNA, your ancestry. There were many things that were not here before the British came. Cows, pigs, chickens, sheep, goats, rice, pigs, wheat, dairy. So those things are not actually in my current DNA to eat. We've been colonized now for 400 years, and both for the last 200 years, the Americans, they leaned on us to drive us from our homes. They murdered the buffalo. They set our fields on fire. And then they sent white flour and lard to the reservation. And so we started taking that lard and flour and frying it. So we have something, it's called fry bread.
Mm-hmm.
And each powwow you go to have, but this is conversation food. This is sadness food. And so what I do is help our people to eat in a way that your body can recognize. On the reservation, we're in really bad health because we're eating cows and pigs and pork, hamburgers, French fries. Those things are unrecognizable to us. And so we have a high degree of diabetes, heart trouble, gout, um, and a numerous amount of problems that are easily fixed with a dietary change. If we went back to our tribal diet, to our indigenous diet. So I try to help people to uh, release colonizers' diet, even drinking alcohol, smoking cigarettes in a way that you're not in ceremony, you're just smoking because it's a social habit. Those things were unknown to us. And we're not going to be able to thrive or survive as long as we are living the culture of Anglo-Saxon. It's very important that we return to a natural way of life. I'm a proponent of having people to walk barefoot in the earth because prior to the tennis shoe revolution, people walked with leather shoes on. Now everybody's walking with rubber tires on their soles, and we are electrical. We are an electrical machine, and the earth is also electrical. So the pulsation of the earth is supposed to go through our feet to heal us, but now it can't because we have this rubber wall between the earth and ourselves. So there's so many aspects of industrialized modern society that Anglo-Saxons brought here that are debilitating to us. So I keep bringing it up all the time. I keep talking about it. I keep teaching about it because we have to come back to a more simple, natural life to be able to survive this.
I think that's a really amazing point. And I personally was not even aware of the history of fried bread. For me, and I'm ignorant in a lot of ways, we look at fried bread as like, oh, this is traditional Native American indigenous food. And now you got me thinking it's similar to butter chicken, which people look at as Indian food, but really was a product of colonization. And when the British people started adding creams and stuff into the food, I didn't even realize that about fried bread and the ingredients. And you remind me of a brother who you're familiar with, Frank Wan. He's from the Lakota tribe, rapper. He's living in Chicago, but he was born and raised on the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. And I remember going to his house and him just showing me the map of where all of the reservations were around the United States. And we spoke about how, ironically, a lot of the locations of these so-called reservations, you know, indigenous people were sent to desolate areas. A lot of the times they were sent to places that had no hope for agriculture, where the land was, where Anglo-Saxons tried to cultivate the land and had no success. So there's reasons why they're in South Dakota in this cold tundra with nothing going on. And they were sent there to die, you know, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's ironic.
They intended to kill us, yeah.
Yeah, it's ironic to me that these people were sent specifically but because there's nothing going on. But now years later, when the United States government figures out that they can build a pipeline or discovers oil, they come back knocking, knocking, and we want to come back to this land that we sent you because we thought it was useless initially. Can you share some thoughts on that?
Well, the thing is that, you know, the colonizers' goal is to occupy and to drain and rape. They are at war with nature. Now, nature is mathematically perfect, and we are part of nature. You can't be at war with nature without being at war with yourself. So they believe that everything is at their disposal, exactly the way they treat their women. Their women are subjugated to their whims and desires, however debased they might be. There was a show on Hulu called harlots. And the first season of that show, the first episode, they said in maybe 1855, 1 out of every 5 women in London was in some form of the sex trade. Can you imagine? Now, when you look at indigenous people at this same time, 1700s, 1600s, we didn't have any whorehouses. We had no beer saloons. We had no disrespect of the womb in that way. So the way they feel about the earth is how they feel about the womb. And they despise all persons who love the natural life. They hate it. And now that the earth is become toxified and we can't drink out of rivers and we can barely eat out of rivers, now they want to start saying, oh, we have to save the earth. Oh, you should have thought about that 100 years ago when you were bullying through our land to build your railroad and packing up Buffalo, skyscraper high to try and starve us onto the reservation. Everything is going to come back to haunt you because nature takes care of herself. Nature, it works in companionship with itself. Different types of flowers grow next to each other, different types of trees. Like we have pine trees, poplar, we have maple trees, we have all these sassafras. We have all these trees here that just grew spontaneously by themselves. And they're okay with each other. They move out the way from each other. They make space for each other. This is the blueprint of how humans are supposed to behave. Humans are always saying that we are God's highest creation. Well, how come you act like you don't have any sense? How come cats and dogs and all kinds of crawlers and flyers are more compatible with each other than you, with your highest self? So for Native people, we pay attention to nature because animals don't have the ability to disobey their nature unless something chemical happens to them to change them. So when we look at snakes and we watch them come out of their skin, and we watch the struggle it takes for their eyes to glaze over, for them to start to move around, and for them to to feel when the new skin is there, and then they just slide on out. What is this? This shows us that we don't have to remain the same. We can always use snake medicine to transmutate and come out of our skin. And don't look back. The snake don't look back. It don't turn around and go, oh, I remember you. It does not look back. It's like Lot's wife looked back. That's why she got stuck there. The snake moves on to its newer beginning, to its new position. So every single animal in nature is a perfect example of some level of evolution that we could aspire to. My mother used to always say to me, stop badgering me. You're just a badger. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of something. I'm not a badger. I am a badger. When I feel like things are being hidden and people would like me to believe something that's not the whole truth, I go in. I want that truth. And so I had to acknowledge my badger. I have to keep my badger on a leash most of the time. But then sometimes I can't. I'm just like, badger, go get them. Find out what they hiding. So these people, these Saxons, they hate nature. And if you hate nature, you are doomed to become extinct. Because nature is not going to have that.
You remind me of something, and you talk about colonization and sexual violence, and I don't think you can really separate the two. Okay. And I've come across two very recent readings. One of them I was reading about last night, which was Captain Wallace of the Royal Navy. I think the man's name was George Patterson. Anyway, this is in the 1700s when they first discovered Tahiti. And when they went to Tahitian Island, the people of the island would build with, shark teeth and wood. They had never seen iron before. So the Westerners that came there would trade nails and iron in their mind, the way they write it is that they would trade nails for sex with the local women. And it was like this voluntary trade. And of course, if you read it from the other side, it was just rape. And they may have left some iron. And the way everything is written historically, you know, when the colonizers write it, they said, oh, their women were just very sexual in nature and promiscuous. And they would come to our boats and be wearing a cloth and dance and take off the cloth for us to seduce us. But in reality, the local culture didn't look at nudity in a sexual manner like that. And they were just taking off the clothes to offer it as a gift. They weren't offering themselves and their bodies as a gift. Right. And another example of a study I read very recently was researchers now are starting to use Ancestry.com and all these DNA websites. There was a researcher who started studying groups of Black Americans' ancestry. They found a few interesting points. One thing that they were surprised about, which was the main headline of this title, was that they were surprised at how many people's roots trace back to Nigeria. They didn't think that many people came from Nigeria. But what was buried in the lead, if you read it lower in the research, was that they found, and of course we already know about slave masters and sexual violence, but the numbers are staggering. They found that if you trace the history of modern day Black people in America, that their DNA would trace back to Black women specifically 17 times, up to 17 times more often than it traced to Black men. And it would trace back to white men double as much as it traced back to Black women. So if you look in the ancestry, which is already validating what we know, but just biologically, now that researchers are looking, they're seeing that Black women gave birth at an alarmingly higher rate without Black males. And it was just white men and Black women. So we see that one of the various weapons of colonization was sexual violence. It's undeniable.
Yeah, because, you know, Native people say that a people are not conquered until the women's hearts are on the ground. And so when you have generations of sexual violence, it creates something inside of you where you never feel free. The first time I went to Hawaii, I was surprised at I was surprised when I realized that I felt safe for the first time in my life. Maui is a very feminine island. It is a mother island, and everybody there is forced to bow down to the mother. And they said about Maui that if you do not bow down to her, she'll throw you into the ocean immediately. She won't allow you to stay there. And when I was there, I cried like the first 2 weeks I was there because I realized I never felt safe in my whole life. Why? Because I have a historical memory in my blood of sexual violence. And because of that, I don't play with men. It's not even possible for you to say anything to me that I don't want said to me. I'll send you a psychic message to let you know I will cut your throat from ear to ear. Don't play with me. If you want to play, see what happens. I'm not nobody to play with because the memory is there, and I'm not having it in this lifetime. Like Mamuna says in one of her songs, my heart was broken before the midwife cut the umbilical cord. It's true.
And I believe you about cutting the throat. I know you don't play. I can attest to that. Well, you touch on something. You just brought her up, so I'll bring this cat out of the bag. But Maimuna Yusuf, also known as Mumu Fresh, is a very, very talented artist. Her NPR Tiny Desk blew up. Her freestyle with Sway blew up. And she also happens to be your daughter. Yeah. I said you were a singer. Let me tell you a story. I've told you this story before, but I don't know if the audience knows this, but here's my first introduction, because long before Maimuna Yusuf was a solo artist, she grew up performing in a trio with you and your sister, correct?
She started with me and my mother and her older sister.
Okay.
And then my mother passed away, and then we brought Navasha Dea in to sing my mother's part.
SubhanAllah. So I've got a friend, Ashley Makosa, Shout out to Ashley if you're watching. This is a long time ago. This is probably 11 years ago or so. And Ashley was also Choctaw. She was an orphan at a young age. She went through the foster system. We became friends. We became cool. She became interested in Islam. So she would ask me questions. I'll talk to her about Islam for a while. And she was all in, basically. But she just had one reservation. And she said, you know what? I don't know if me becoming Muslim is turning my back on my people. I don't want to turn my back on, you know, the indigenous heritage and traditions. She said, I don't know any indigenous Muslims personally, and I definitely don't know any Choctaw Muslims, you know. I said, I know for a fact, I personally knew some native Muslims, but I didn't know any Choctaw. But I said, you know what, Allah Ghalib, actually, it's on you. You know, when you want to do it and you're ready, let me know. So she came to a point where she said, you know, I'm ready. I want to take my Shahada, which is the testimony of faith. She wanted to officially become a Muslim. I said, yo, Ashley, there's this organization, Iman, which is the Inner City Muslim Action Network, which is where I had the pleasure of getting to know you well. And I said, yo, they got something called Community Cafe. It's a lot of Muslims. There's some performances. It's dope. How about I take you over there and you can take your Shahada over there? We didn't know what was going on at Community Cafe. All we knew is that Community Cafe was going on. So I pick her up. We drive down there and we get there. And the headliners are these 3 Muslim women performing who are not only indigenous Americans, but specifically Choctaw. And me and Ashley, both our jaws hit the floor. And I said, SubhanAllah, this is a God moment. If I've ever seen one, the day that she comes to take her testimony, she gets that validation. So that was my first introduction to you. And you've been pivotal in her life. Ashley's going Muslim now for 11, 12 years strong. And that was my first time seeing Maymuna perform. Of course, I've seen her a million times since. But can you talk to us about that time period of your life, maybe raising Maymuna to become a singer? What you guys are very close, as I've witnessed. What is that mother-daughter relationship like when you are also working together and on the road and traveling together? And, you know, how did her performing with you come about?
Well, my mother is a singer, as I told you. And so I grew up singing with my mother and her siblings. Everybody in our family can sing. And my mother's family, we all lived within 5 blocks of each other. And they were always in our house. When I moved to the East Coast and went to college, I tried to recreate my childhood. And the only people that I saw that had any kind of representation of how I grew up were Muslims. Because when I grew up in Chicago, Chicago is full of Mississippi Choctaw. We had to leave because of the Klan, because of terrorism, you know, because of stealing our land and killing our husbands and what have you. And then in my family in particular, my mama had an older brother, and his wife went to town with her sister to buy goods from the local store. And a Saxon man said something to the effect of her having pretty legs, she could do this and that. So when they went home and told my uncle, he said, show me who it was. And they showed him, and he waited to ambush him and cut his throat. And it was too close to the time that he had made the infraction, so people would have known it was my uncle. So the whole family had to pack up and leave right away. And they all went to Chicago. So when I was raising my Mulla and my other children, Mahatra and Munir and Sequoia, I homeschooled them because the school system was going to turn my children against my culture. See, I had my whole entire family and my whole neighborhood to support being Choctaw, but my children didn't have that. And so I homeschooled them because I needed for them to have my blueprint. I needed to be the greatest influence on them. I needed for them to have my ideology. I needed them to hear American history from my mouth. I needed them to know who stole what, who killed who, and who is going to get what later on. My children cannot have a political sense of ownership of this land if I send them to school, because the Saxons are going to say that they didn't do anything wrong. They just got here, had Thanksgiving with us, and started their country. They're not going to tell that they murdered, raped, and pillaged and set the longhouse on fire of the Wampanoag people and had the first Thanksgiving the next year. They're not going to say any of that. They're not going to say they burned our houses down and forced us to Oklahoma, and they gave us smallpox blankets along the way. They're not going to say that they intentionally gave black men in Alabama syphilis and let it run wild in the black community. They're not going to say that. And so I can't have my children's time wasted listening to some foolishness, lies, and bullcrap. So because my Muna was homeschooled, whenever I had a gig, I say, who's going to the gig with me? And she put her shoes on real fast and come with me. I'm coming. When my Muna would be doing math or English, and she said, Ma, I'm hearing a song. Can I go to the piano? Yeah, that's part of school. Go on. So she always had the freedom to write. She always had the freedom to daydream. She had the freedom, because every morning I asked my children to tell me their dreams, because I told them your ancestors sometimes speak to you in your dreams. Sometimes Allah speaks to you in your dreams. Sometimes memories from the past can come to you. So pay attention to your dreams. So my Muna was raised to be able to be a dreamer, to be able to fast during Ramadan. When she got old, she was trying to fast at 5, but I wouldn't let her. But she's diligent about being on top of her game. And so my Muna always went to gigs with me. My mama and me and my Muna, my mother started the group called Three Generations. My mother started it because she needed for the next generation to remember the song. And so my Muna was in the group with us. And my Muna started with my sister and I put together a group called Children of Liberation. My Muna was in that group since she was 4. And from 4 years old, she was learning songs, and she was on stage, and she was writing songs, and she was writing poetry, and she was allowed to express the expandedness of herself because she wasn't in school. She did go to the Muslim school for 1 year, but the principal said, Sister Natasha, we love my Muna. We want my Muna to come back with your other children. They can't come back. I said, SubhanAllah. Well, honey, they come in a bunch. My children are a tribe. They are a wolf pack. So if they can't come, Muna can't come either.
That's funny.
So I came home to my kitchen table.
So you speak about generational trauma. And again, this is another example of something that we already know and we already believe in, but science is now finding examples of this. But they did a study recently where they took mice, laboratory mice, they split the mice into 2 groups, and they would insert some type of scent into the cages. I don't remember what it was. Say it was rose blossom, right? One group of mice, they would just put the scent into the cages. The other group of mice, whenever they put the scent into the cages, they would shock them. They would hit them with electric shock. They only did it with this first group of mice. But when they tested the grandchildren of those mice and they put the scent in, they saw that the mice's anxiety levels went up and they were running around and panicking. So they had never been shocked before, but they inherited that trauma as a real world example. So when you speak about being a person of color in this country, especially a Black person or a Native, that's not a joke. That's science, to have that trauma inherited in you. The way that you said you never felt safe before, this is a real thing that we deal with.
Yeah, and that's why when Anglo-Saxons are online talking about it was a long time ago, get over it. You get over it. You don't tell me to get over my trauma that you caused, okay? And keep talking to me here. And I always go online just just fussing up and down because you want me to get over something and you have never apologized. You have not paid me for my land or my labor. I'm not getting over anything until I get paid. until you go back where you came from. Then I might get over it. But right now, the very sight of you is triggering a memory of trauma to me. And I'm not happy about it. And so we in family, you know, like I told you, everybody in my family can sing. Generationally, we teach sound as a way to move trauma through your body. You know, when I was a child, going to the sweat lodge and to Vision Quest was against the law. They had to pass a Freedom of Religion Act in 1972 in order for us to freely practice our ceremony. They were hoping that all the elders would die and we would forget it, and then we would just be following the fake Christian with the fake Jesus. No J in the Hebrew alphabet. There's no Jesus. All right? So they were hoping that they could turn us into goats. When they took our children to the boarding school, they cut their hair, they washed their mouths out with soap, and they beat them if they ever spoke languages. And so now you have made my children be afraid to speak the ancestral language. And then you keep me in a boarding school until out of high school. Now who am I? Now I'm no more Native, and I'm not an American either. What was your intention in doing that? This is demonic. We have to call it what it is. This is demonic. For you to take creation and twist it and turn it and stretch it to your will. And to what end? So those of us who are singers, it is our obligation to raise sound up from the ground. It is our responsibility to sing into the wind. That's our job.
Yo,
in the wind.
The camera never does your voice justice. I've been around you singing in a room, and you and Maimuna are the only two, and I love when you all sing and perform together, but you have a way to make your voice float around the room, and it's coming from the left side, it's coming from the right, it's coming from behind and all around. And I know this is lovely, and I posted a video of you on Instagram teaching us the song at our retreat in Lake Geneva, and so many people commented about how beautiful your voice was, but I said, you know, they really don't know. It sounds okay here, but you got to be heard live to really get the Grandmother Walks on Water experience. I wanted to speak on something in terms of us facing our reality here in the United States and our history with the Native people who lived here. And it's ironic, you talk about how history is often written by the oppressor. So we look back at these women in Tahiti, for example, that were just so promiscuous and happy to go sleep with the sailors, who, by the way, had scurvy, jaundice, they were losing their teeth, they didn't bathe. There was nothing sexy about these men. You know what I mean? They didn't want these men. But and I sent you an article one time about the history of Choctaw people and Irish people. And you broke it down for me, how basically the whole beginning of that article was saying how Choctaws were given this choice to stay where they were, or they could go to Oklahoma, and they chose to go to Oklahoma. And we know, me and you, that there was never a choice in going to Oklahoma. Can you speak a little bit to the audience about that mass migration to Oklahoma and what it entailed and what people went through?
Well, Andrew Jackson, and I can't wait for his statue to be torn down. He's trying to guard it now. Trump is putting the police outside. I can't wait, though. I can't wait for that big head to hit the ground. So during the colonization period, when they were trying to get a foothold here on the East Coast before they crossed the Mississippi River, what happened was they would raid southern Florida and try to, bring native people into slavery. Because, the enslavement period started before Africans ever came here from recent Africa. Right? We were here in Turtle Island for 3,000 years before 1492. You have seen the Olmec head statues in Mexico, right? And when I was a child, I was saying that the Mexican people didn't have the right tools to carve the head. So that's why they had such wide noses and big lips. And it's like, who do you think is stupid around here? So the Olmec Empire is the mother empire of native people coming out of South America. The Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, we all came from the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. And we walked over to where we were. So when native people started moving into Florida to get away from the Americans, they combined their self into a new nation. The word they used, the word the Spanish used was Seminole. Seminole means runaway, means wild. And so all these Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Puma, all these native people were escaping into Florida, because Florida was not part of the United States. Spain still had it at that time. And so Spain wasn't, bothering them, trying to get them out or nothing, because they was having issues with America too. So they weren't trying to make America's life easy. So what happened is when the United States government would go in there and pull out native people, try to put them on a slave block, or bring out African people, the Seminole would raid the plantations in Alabama and Georgia and Mississippi and take all the Africans into Florida. So now we got an African native army starting up in Florida. And the plantation guys started complaining to the government, listen, these people are escaping with hundreds of thousands of our dollars. They just running in here, taking our people. We need you to do something about that. That was the first reason that their intention was to move us if they could. But the army was so gangster and so strong, they had a hard time getting us up out of there. Then they found gold in Georgia. So that was like the icing on the cake. The one problem is this Native African army, this guerrilla army in Florida. The other problem we having is we got to get that gold out of Georgia. So Andrew Jackson decided that he would send the army to move us. And we came to government and said, listen, we are a sovereign nation. You can't just move us. We're not part of your country anyway. We got our own everything. And he said, I know that you're a sovereign nation, but I have the army. Watch me move you. And they came into Florida, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and kicked our doors in and set our houses on fire and walked us to Oklahoma in the winter. So we didn't have a choice. They marched us like Nazis to a concentration camp in the desert.
It's really disheartening to listen to these stories and see how history, tells it, because a lot of it is just warm and fuzzy. I go through phases where I study other belief systems that may not be my belief system. I did a deep dive into Scientology. So like for 3 months, all I'm reading and watching is Scientology. And I remember doing one of those dives into the Mormon religion. And I was watching Mormon, it was like a public access Mormon TV channel. And they were telling a history. And keep in mind, the intended audience is other Mormons. So I'm watching the show, and I'm watching a children's show. So it's talking about the old days when they were in Missouri, because modern day, now they believe Jerusalem is in Utah, but before it was in Missouri. So when they were in Missouri, it showed this painting, and it was a lot of indigenous people sitting in a circle, and this white man sitting in the middle of them, and he had this book, and there was a light shining on the book. And what they said on this show was, and I'll never forget it, they were teaching children, they said, Native Americans were living in Missouri. They were explaining what happened to them. They said white people came and they were able to cultivate the land in a manner that the Native Americans were never able to. They were able to make something out of the soil and make crops. And the Native Americans felt that they weren't doing the land justice. So they left Missouri to the white man to look for other land because they weren't doing it as much justice. And I thought that was just so crazy and despicable to share and teach these children, because it's not only are you not acknowledging a mass genocide, but you're flipping it to the other extreme, that they left, and to add insult to injury because they weren't as good at working with the earth and the land as these foreigners were.
Yeah, because you know, in Native culture, you only can work land for 7 years, and then you move and let mother rest. And as you see, the Anglo-Saxons don't believe in letting mother rest. Thing that the Mormons say, I don't know if you've heard this, they say that they're the original Native Americans. They say they were here before us, and that we came in and took all of them and took this land from them. Then they just came to take it back from them. That's insanity.
Yeah,
That's insane.
We're talking about a lot of deep, heavy stuff, but I do want the people to know, grandmother, you are easily one of the most uplifting, light-filled people I have met. And you told me something, I don't know if you remember this, but this was very impactful for me personally. And we go on these yearly artist retreats that Iman, an organization in Chicago, hosts in Lake Geneva. It's very intimate, it's very vulnerable. We learn a lot about one another. And there was a moment where I was dealing with a little bit of guilt because my story, oftentimes when I'm doing interviews or if somebody's writing about something in my story, all they talk about is how much adversity me or my family overcame. And my father, he escaped prison. He was tortured in prison. He shared a jail cell with his father, who was poisoned by the government. My uncles were killed by the government back home, and their bodies were found in the freezer in 2011. And we lived on the run, and I had fake last names, and we had intense poverty, et cetera, et cetera. People are always like, oh, you have such a powerful story. But I had guilt because what I realized was, especially speaking to so many other people, that they may not have had childhoods that caught headlines, but there was something that a lot of my peers were missing that I always had. And some of these friends of mine in their close families dealt with things like sexual assault, extreme abuse, not the kind of abuse, not me like getting a spanking. I'm talking about real extreme stuff. Just a lot of negativity within the household, you know, results of extreme alcoholism. And I remember speaking to you and saying, I kind of felt guilty because I've been through ABC, but it doesn't feel like much, because one thing that I always had was love. I always had love. I always had support. Even though we were exiled from my blood family, I had a surrogate family of other political dissidents and refugees. So I was always filled with that. And you told me, no, don't feel guilty about that, Kayem. You said, Kayem, that's why you are who you are. Your cup has been filled, and you always use that cup and outpour it to give others, because you're the one that goes around, makes sure everybody's okay, uplifts others, spreads that love. And honestly, for me personally, that was a defining moment, because I had been living with this kind of guilt for a long time. And you put a narrative around it that showed me that there was a reason for that, and that I had a purpose. So thank you for that. And I just want you to know that those words have stuck with me, and I contemplate them often.
Oh, you're so welcome. All of us come here to live out our blueprint. And we mustn't hate our blueprint. Because even though all the things that I have been through with America, there's not a single day in my life that I'm not happy. I wake up in the morning feeling thrilled, breathing, singing, playing with my grandchildren, playing with Sequoia, working in my garden, sleeping outside, walking barefooted on my land. I feel happy every single day. I feel optimistic every single day. I feel the possibility of oneness coming to the planet every single day. That's my job, to bring optimism. My first husband was Ethiopian. And he said to me, "You are too innocent to be in this world." I said, "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are, because I'm extremely optimistic. Whatever happened in the past, that's the past. Right here, right now, this is what I can make something of. The future is right here in my lap, right now. And so I'm going to stir the pot and sew these buttons on and pull these boots up and enjoy my life. And I don't mess with people that try to be unhappy around me or try to cause me any kind of misery. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. No, I'm going to cut you loose.
Mm.
Not going to hear or see from me again. Because my whole reality is about, look at all of this. This is wonderful. You hear all those things, those like I don't know, like crickets.
Yeah, I don't know if they're crickets, cicadas. I hear them.
Yeah, they're so loud at night. I sleep outside at night. They're so loud. You just be like, wow, wow, and it's a lullaby. You know, I feel so grateful to be able to be someplace where I can hear them, where they feel safe. You know, I had a friend that was over here. He was, "Why you got a lot of squirrels?" "I'm gonna come back here with my gun." I said, "No, you're not. My squirrels are free and safe. You're not gonna shoot no squirrels over here. My squirrels have the life. This is living a life of Riley over here." So I feel happy to protect everything that's here. I come outside every day. They know me and I know them. I'm waiting for this storm. Mosquitoes are tearing my legs up right now. But that's just part of the relationship, you know, that we have as part of nature. So yeah, feel happy about everything. Everything, baby. Everything.
So, grandmother, this is the 4th and final episode of my show, Heart to Heart. And because of that, I'm going to end the show by bringing on one of our creators, Amna, and just having a little talk and reflection. But before that, I've taken up more of your time than I've already asked you to commit to. I wanted to see if you would be willing to sing a little something for us before you go.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna sing something, but I'm gonna do this first. This is something I wrote. Let me see if I can see it. It's everything I write is really short. I am not occupied. Even if you take more than you should, I will not become you. I cannot become you. I will remain who I am because I know how to share. I know abundance. I am not occupied. I know how to share.
Mm.
This helps us not to feel stressed about evolution. We are in a boat of evolution going down the river, and these things are happening because they have to happen for something else to happen. I also wrote this. I am the earth. I am grounded in her love. I am the wind. She with me, and she blows the memory of freedom through my mind. I am the moon. Me. She beckons the seeds from the earth to reach for her life. She pulls the sacred waters out of my garden and pulls my sisters in ocean towards her blue. So
beautiful.
I want to sing something I wrote.
We're ready for it.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear, but maybe mute. I don't know if yours isn't muted. I'm hearing some feedback. So let's. Okay. Thank you.
Breeze in the sun. Let your heart touch the sky. Sing with the crows. Be the breeze. Sing by. Dance with the stars. Wearing moonbeams at night. Swim in the water of your own. Be born, be born, be born. Come fly with me and never die. Float there, watching clouds go by. Think of nothing, let your mind go down. Man, do nothing unbound. Be born, born, be born, be born. Be born, be born, be born.
That was so beautiful. And I know that, like I said, the camera doesn't do it justice. I'm assuming that's something you wrote, correct? I saw you looking down at your notes.
Right.
Okay. Well, Grandmother Walks on Water, thank you so much. Jazakallah khair. I really, really, really appreciate you joining us. It's beautiful to see your face. I hope I get to see it in person sometime soon when all this mess dies down. And
I know. Inshallah. And shukran for thinking of me and asking me to come and talk with you. I'm so happy. I'm enjoying myself so much.
The honor is all mine. I'll let you go. I'll let you get back to your garden and to your tea. And we'll talk soon, inshallah.
Inshallah.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. To y'all, stay on with me because I'm about to get on with Amna for a few minutes. No, I'm just blessed to be in the right place at the right time. Cherokee, yeah. I didn't know that about Destiny, and it's very fitting because let me say this: Destiny, who's amazing harpist, if you're not familiar, and just a genuine person, her show is coming up right after my show. It's called Idris, and this week her guest was yours truly. I was honored and humbled to be invited to participate, and it's a lovely conversation, and I hope people start to listen to it. Okay. So Amna was saying that y'all miss Freedom Rider. What's up, family? Shout out. Amna was saying that Destiny Muhammad, whose show is next, and you guys should definitely tune into, is also has indigenous blood on both sides, her mother and her father, Cherokee specifically. Can you all hear? It's a little bit delayed, so we'll see. Let me know. Also, Amna, you can, if they can't hear you, can be kind of short. Throw me some alley questions. Yeah, so Amna's asking me to talk about my experience with Raise Karma. And Raise Karma has been a dope initiative. Some of you guys are just tuning in, maybe because you know about my show. I see some family on here from Raise Karma, LuFuki&Tazeen, Danny Darling, shout out. Raise Karma is just a cool initiative. It's different than anything I've been a part of. They're empowering a lot of different artists, different experts in various fields with their own shows. All of our shows are kind of a brainchild of the artist, take whatever medium we want, but we come together under a common theme each week. And one thing that I love about Raise Karma is you guys are open to ideas, but more than anything, you are trying to build something that's sustainable for the artist and that benefits the artist. I think, speaking for you, I think you've been very selfless this whole time. It's a very selfless initiative. You're really just trying to uplift artists. Okay. It's all good. It's all good.
Good Gratitude Day. My name is Destiny Muhammad, and welcome to Idris, where art interprets the times. This is Raise Karma's 4th episode based on the book Purification of the Heart. Today, I welcome Kayem to Idris. Voted as one of CNN's most interesting people, Kayem is an international recording artist, activist, philanthropist, and storyteller, making music for the voiceless. Our conversation today is gratitude. Welcome to Idris.
All right. Good Gratitude Day. My name is Destiny Muhammad, and this is Raise Karma's 4th episode. This one is called Gratitude, also known as Displeasure with the Divine Decree from the book Purification of the Heart. And I have a special guest today. His name is Kayem. Fierce, wonderful individual. We're going to get into that. But first things first. I don't know about you, but I love to do a little prayer before I hit it. You good?
Let's do it. I'd love to.
Come on. All right. In the name of God, the beneficent, the most merciful, we give thanks and praise for God even giving us breath. And in this moment, we are so excited to be able to share some blessings on the planet by the exchange of how to be grateful and just the art of being grateful. So Allah, we thank you so much for your goodness and your unlimited mercy. We know that the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts are going to be acceptable because we've already aligned ourselves with you. Ameen.
Ameen.
Yo. All right. So let me get my questions out here because I don't want to miss nothing. Let me just go flow. All right. So Kayem and I are both in this wonderful installation, a virtual residency called Raise Karma. And so this is how I've met him. So this is the first time I've really had a chance to really dialogue with you, man. I'm glad I had an opportunity to look at some of your work. You're fierce.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. You fierce. So let's just dive on into some questions. So you are a recording artist, storyteller, activist, originally from Libya. Tell me more about that, man.
Sure. I do want to say it's fitting for me to be here on your show during the week that we're talking about gratitude because I'm very grateful to share space with you and be in your presence. You are such an extremely bright individual, and I mean that intellectually, but also someone who literally lights up a room, even virtually. And it's been a pleasure working on Raise Karma with you, so thank you for having me.
Thank you.
In terms of my background, so my father was a political prisoner in Libya. He was in jail there. He shared a jail cell with his father at one point. He spent 5 years there before he escaped. And after he escaped, he helped form an opposition movement to the regime that was there. They bounced around a lot in those days. These are the 80s. So they bounced around North Africa. They were in Sudan and Egypt, Morocco. And, you know, back home, every male member of my family, pretty much every adult male member was thrown into prison. So you have my uncles, one of whom is named Khalid, which is my birth name. I was named after him. Him and my other uncle Yahya in 1984 were the first people to ever infiltrate Gaddafi's home base, which is called the Bab al-Aziziyah. They got in through a garbage truck. And they had an assassination attempt. They were unsuccessful. Their bodies were later found in a freezer in 2011 after the revolution there. So as far as my story in Libya, I was, my mother was pregnant with me while we were in Sudan, and moved here just before my birth in the States. So I was actually born in the States in Tucson, Arizona. And we were in exile, of course, so I never ever went to Libya until 2011 as an adult. And I grew up in Lexington, Kentucky, which sounds really random, but this opposition movement that my parents were a part of, they collectively moved to the United States together, deliberately, as refugees, as they sought political asylum. There were so many spies and assassination attempts and attempts on their life. They thought the States would be a little bit safer, and they just looked for a place that would seem like a nice place to set up camp temporarily until they got back to Libya. And they settled on Lexington, Kentucky, not knowing that their children would grow into adulthood still being in America. So I grew up in Lexington, which was really weird, but I grew up also in a community of political dissidents. So I didn't even really know a lot about my particular story. It was that strange because all my friends also had fake last names and also didn't have baby pictures because their parents had to leave on a whim and leave everything at the house. So it was a beautiful existence in a lot of ways. We were separated from our blood family. We couldn't even call home, but we had developed a surrogate family and had bonds with one another that I think were closer than any blood can give you.
Spirit is like that. It's interesting because I'm hearing you talk about Kentucky and Tucson. So a large portion of my family is from Kentucky, Louisville. My dad, who's an ancestor now, is actually the family had burial grounds, and so my father's remains are there. But even going back, you all went to Tucson, Arizona, which is just so crazy because my dad lived in Tucson up until his transition and being laid to rest. So it's so interesting to hear you speak of those two locations.
I would have never guessed. I'm actually, haven't announced this publicly, but I'm going to be very soon here kind of having one foot in Chicago, one foot in Louisville. I've been spending a lot of time in Louisville. So I'm going to reach back out to you once I make it there. Let me stop by and make a prayer for him, inshallah.
I would really appreciate that.
Love.
That's another subject about my daddy. But just so you know, when you see me, people go, we know who your daddy is. We don't know who your mama is, but your daddy, that's for real. Wow. So in this week, we are in the virtual residency, both of us, with Raise Karma, which is so awesome. And I invite you all to take a look at Raise Karma's YouTube page, Raise Karma, and their website, Raise Karma, and learn more about this virtual residency. It is unique and enriching simultaneously. So anyway, as I was saying, this week we are focusing in on gratitude, and the book that we're focusing in on is called Purification of the Heart, and it is a book by 13th century Imam by Imam Mawalud, and I pray I'm saying it correctly, and the translation is done by Sheikh Hamza Youssef. Beautiful writings and very insightful, and it was the first time I had even heard of this particular book. So the gratitude is literally, in my own way, I see that the word was extracted from a portion of that text because the chapter is actually called Displeasure with the Divine Decree. And I'm listening to you and talking with you and learning I know this is just a snapshot of what your life has been like. Coming, like you said, born here in the United States, but literally your parents having to be on the run. And what I want to ask you is, with all of the harsh experiences that have happened to you, having to escape your homeland, the tragic situations around your family, your father in particular, and your uncles, and the loss of your father, how have you allowed gratitude to inhabit your heart?
You know, I'm very, very grateful to have been raised by people who instilled certain values in me, even at a young age. And one of those is to be at peace and satisfied with divine decree and not to question it, you know. One thing, as a Muslim, we don't really have the whole, you know, why me? We don't question why, or why do good things happen to bad people. For us, bad happening to you and any type of adversity you go through in your life, that could be a form of shifa, which to us, that's like God basically wiping away your sins. Everything bad happening to you is bringing you closer to God. There might be somebody living in Central African Republic or Gaza Strip right now who may not have much in the way of his prayers or his fasting, but maybe he's that much closer to God just for having to go through the adversity that he's gone through. So for me, even as a young boy, and I watched my father die right in front of my eyes at 9 years old. He saved my younger brother's life, and he passed away in the process. And there were a lot of things that I could have questioned, because we were only in the situation that we were in because of my request for him to be there. But I think even at that age, even before his passing, I was told that everybody has their time. If he didn't pass away that way, he would have passed away in a different fashion. You know, the ink is dry. Everything's written for us. We have free will, but nothing happens without Allah's decree. And we have to be at peace with that. There's always somebody who has it worse. You know the saying, there's a man who complained about not having a shoe until he came across a man who didn't have a foot, you know? So I went through a lot of adversity in some senses, but I was blessed in a lot of other ways. You know, like I said, I separated from blood family, but now I have this whole extended family of people that I don't know anybody else that was just born with friends that they never met. Like everybody in my father's organization, dozens and dozens of people, they all have children too, and we're all best friends and brothers, even if we grew up in different states. You know, I was blessed with a lot of relationships. So we're always grateful. You know, I'm grateful that when he passed, I was around other loved ones who could kind of envelop me into their hands. You know, I went back to Kentucky, and people flew in from all over the country, all of his comrades. You know, people looked out for us, people asked for us. My mother had a very, very tough time. But, you know, we had a village to support us. In those days, actually, in Kentucky, we lived on this street, Medlock Road. Each duplex had a pair of Libyans that lived there. We all lived like on one street, literally. So you walk outside and just see kids everywhere, and you know. So it was cool. We were in good hands. And nothing happens without reason or without wisdom from God. So, you know, we have to live in gratitude.
I so appreciate when you say that in the Islamic faith, that we don't question why me. There's not that, why is this happening to me? There's not that there is the movement forward. There's and it's not like my folks don't hurt. Let's not get that twisted about, it's not like it don't hurt. We said, well, we thank Allah anyway. Thank you. We had this time with this individual, this person, this father, this friend. We still love them. We still reverence them. And we're not going to question that.
Yeah. And I had, my first guest on my show was Imam Shahid Rashid, who was the founder of the mosque in Lexington. And he founded the masjid in 1974 before they even knew too much. They followed W.D. Muhammad, and they didn't even know too much about Islam. But one thing that he instilled in me and instilled in all of us as a community, I'm talking about, as my oldest memories are in the masjid listening to him talk. And he would finish every single sermon with the excerpt from Surah Al-Baqarah, a chapter out of the Quran, and it would say the main part of it is that Allah doesn't place a burden on an individual, on a soul greater than it can bear. So I knew that since even before my father's passing. I knew that Allah is not putting anything on us. And just to know those words, those are a comfort, because sometimes you feel like you can't push, and you remember that and you say, no, you know, I'm built to push. I'm built to move forward. And addition to you saying we don't ask why me, we have examples of people who are greater than us, who came before us, who had to go through even harder hardships. So, you know, if we take the prophet, peace be upon him, a better individual than I am, you know, and he had, I want to say, 6 children who passed away before he did. You know, he buried 6 of his children. I can't even imagine that. Losing a child has to be tougher than losing a parent. So I'm never in a position to be like, why me, or victimize myself. You know, we acknowledge our pain. We don't bury it. We want to deal with it positively. We want to harness that trauma and hopefully turn it into a light that can move us forward and hopefully just be a source of empathy.
Do you feel like that one of the things that you didn't call yourself, and I will, is a philanthropist?
I mean...
I saw you had done a tour, and the proceeds, I think maybe you probably got a stipend at least so you could eat and sleep and such, but that the tour was, if you could speak on that, is that the funds were donated to someone. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we try to do that. I guess I don't know if I ever, you know, when I think of philanthropists, I think of people that got the money. I don't got the money, but I know how to round up the money.
That's a
yeah, we try to support causes when we can. There's been a few tours. I want to say maybe the one you're talking about. We had a tour called Amplified Peace.
That's the one.
Okay, that was the most recent bigger tour, and basically this tour, all of the proceeds went towards providing, I want to call it art therapy for Syrian refugees who are staying in camps. And so we actually, at one point, I remember being we had a show, I think it was in Bloomington, Indiana, and my intern was working the merch table, and she said, yo, Kayem, somebody was like complaining because they said, yo, they don't need art therapy, they need food, and they need medicine, and they need water. I said, listen, they do need those things. And thankfully, there are organizations working towards that. But sometimes in our community, we have this issue of downplaying trauma. Like, there's people who have really been witnesses to trauma. 7-year-olds who have slept every night of their life listening to bombs, listening to guns, seeing dead bodies. So I think mental health is just as important as physical health. I think it's very, very necessary to address those needs. So for that tour, those were what the Prophet specifically went through. I want to say that was a partnership with SAMS, which is Syrian American Medical Society. And I'm very grateful that the medical society did not overlook the mental health needs of that demographic. You know, but we try to raise awareness when we can. I had a South by Southwest showcase. It wasn't only me on the bill, but thankfully it got a lot of attraction, and Yahoo Music called it one of the 6 best things they saw at South by Southwest, which was dope because it was like us and Lana Del Rey and a lot of bigger artists. But that was called Contraband, and that was a little bit after the Trump. And every artist on that lineup was from one of the banned countries. So from Somalia, from Sudan, from Libya, from Iran. And it was just humanizing these people and showing the arts and culture that come from these places. So that one wasn't to raise money, but it was to raise awareness. And we've just, you know, we get in where we fit in. Like I said, I don't have the money necessarily to always donate. I try here and there when I can. But we'll do campaigns on social media. I work with Muslim Aid to raise funds for different causes. So during Ramadan, we had a huge campaign. And I think I had a goal of raising $2,000. We raised like $6,000 something to build wells. So, you know, it's modest, but, you know, some stuff that's modest to us makes a big difference elsewhere. You know, $200 for us over here could change somebody's entire life, you know, in a different part of the world.
I so love that. And I still am calling you a philanthropist. And I respect that. You say, maybe I don't always have the dollars. Sometimes the transaction, in my viewpoint, is the empathy. Sometimes you can give the money and not have a connection with the folks. But sometimes I was talking to Abbas, who's the founder of Gamma, gathering all Muslim artists, and I saw a sister, hijab honey, kind of fly, had a hijab on, earbuds on, walking down the street. And this is not long after Occupy, if you remember Occupy. And in Oakland, Occupy was like every day there was a protest, and my husband and I lived downtown, so we were seeing the protests every day. But post-Occupy, we were seeing a lot of homeless people and a lot of young homeless people and a lot of young white homeless people. So we would go back to my sweet hijab honey walking down the street. She's a youngster. She's got on a cool mermaid jean skirt. She got on a pair of filas. She's cool, got a big bag on, walking down the street. Young white cat says, "Ma'am, could you give me some money or something? You know, I'm so hungry." She didn't drop a beat. Reached in her back pocket, pulled out $1. She said, "Alhamdulillah." Stretched out her hand, held his hand, and she said, "I gotta bounce." Kept on going. It was that modest, that human interaction that I could see. There were tears in his eyes, but it was that acknowledging his situation and the opportunity to be able to acknowledge the situation with even the little bit. That little bit, like you said, can go a long way. We don't know how long that boy may have eaten on $1. But you know how long his spirit was fed just being acknowledged and having a prayer laid upon him. I can go. You know I can go.
And just seen as a human. I mean, just seen as a fellow human. That's it.
That, like you said, just being seen as a fellow human, because he was just covered in dirt from the day. But that changed, at least for a moment, his whole trajectory, just for a moment. All right, let me go, because you know I can go a while. We are living in the midst of a global pandemic. For me and all of my jazz and classical family, all of our dates were canceled, like everyone. And even to the point where a woman whose wedding I was supposed to play for, she didn't want 50% of her money back. She wanted all of her money back. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to give it to you. And I had already gotten a message, make sure to hold that money and give it to her. So when she asked, and so I ask you, you know, all of our tour dates were canceled, performances, all of that, canceled or postponed. How does this also happen for you? Are you able to see some type of a divine plan happening for you? Because I know what you said early in our conversation is that we don't ask why me.
Mm-hmm.
And so how are you, I'm going to say this, how are you being guided to navigate this whole pandemic experience? Have all of your dates been canceled, or have they moved into a virtual experience similar to what we're doing right now?
You know, it's a beautiful question. It's ironic for me. I had spent, if I rewind a little bit, I spent about 4 to 5 years not releasing any music. I was put on the no-fly list and under pretty stringent government restrictions here. So I disappeared. I wasn't really on social media. I wasn't releasing anything. It took me a long time to clear my name. I finally was cleared in 2017. That's when I had the South by Southwest showcase. And I spent the next 2 years just touring, because as artists, that's really the best way for us to pay our bills. But all this time I was touring and rebranding publicly. I was using the name Kayem when previously I was going under Khalid M. And even though I had been touring, I hadn't released any music. So what I did was I said, you know what, 2019, fall of 2019, let me step back. I'm going to stop touring. Let me just focus on kind of working on some music so I can actually release something new. All I got to do is just survive until March. March, we're going to have South by Southwest. We'll put a little Texas tour around it. And then the end of March, I had college tour. And for me, colleges are basically bread and butter. That's what pays the best. I don't have to worry about ticket sales. I don't have to worry about anything. And I can mix it up. I can do the ones that I know are capable of putting on a good concert. I'll go do a concert. The ones that aren't, I'll do a little lecture or a screening or something.
Nice.
So I was like, yo, I'm scraping by. Let me just, once March gets here, we good. And that's March, April, May, that's going to be my whole 2020 budget. Of course, first South by Southwest gets canceled. I'm like, all right, it's all good. You know, I got these college shows. Then the college shows get canceled. Then I had a workshop series that I was going to be doing here where I had a residency
I was leading a residency that was connecting artists from south side of Chicago, predominantly African American, with artists from the southwest suburbs of Chicago, predominantly Arab American, and they were working on music together and art together. So I was like, yo, at least I got this workshop series so I can just pay rent. And eventually, you know the story, that was canceled. So I'm sitting here without all of the plan. But the beautiful part of it is I'm sitting around, I'm seeing all the jokes about quarantine and finishing Netflix and stuff. And I said, yo, I can do that. I can finish Netflix, or I can try to be productive during this time. And maybe financially it was a hit, but creatively, you know, I created this show called The Dial Up on IG, which was really successful. We did it 3 times a week. I had all type of conversations with beautiful people. I'm great at starting ideas. I'm a macro guy. I'm a horrible micro guy. So I can't tell you how many books or plays or whatever TV shows that I started and never ever finished. So quarantine has kind of put a fire under me to just get things together in that sense. And who knows, man, this could be a big blessing. Right now, like I told you, I might be partially moving to Louisville. All of this is only a result of coronavirus changing the landscape of how musicians operate. I don't think I'm going to be touring regularly for a time. I don't have anything tying me to Chicago. It was really my band that was here. So it's like I can kind of go to Louisville for a little bit, be closer to family. Maybe I'll go somewhere else randomly for a year. I really don't know, but I'm definitely not in a woe is me mind state at all. I did apply for some grants. I've been blessed to get some grants. I think a lot of that dried up, you know, in the spring, but I'm grateful for what we got. And it's just time to pivot and alter and be innovative.
Real talk, man. It's something, because when I was looking at your YouTube page and looking for information, I now you've explained why. I was like, well, where is it?
Dead, yeah. Oh, it's an old YouTube page. When I put out the new stuff, it's not even going to be affiliated with that page. I'm on a different direction now. So I'm looking forward to releasing all of that.
And I saw that the one of your most recent clips that you released in 2017, November the 14th.
Which clip was that? Was it a video or?
Yes, it was a video and with your music, and the hook in your rap was, at the end of the day, you are just a man.
Oh yeah. Can't take our freedom. Yeah, that had to do with the revolution in Libya. One thing I'm very excited to be dropping. I told you I never went to Libya my whole life, and during my first visit ever there was a film company that made a documentary. So I had 9 people following me around. They came to Chicago, they came to Kentucky, they came on the plane. They were with me when I first met my family. Wow. They were with me when I went to there's a part of the mountains where my father, he escaped prison and he hid out in the mountains. He didn't know if anybody was ever going to see him again alive. So he carved his name and date in the side of the mountains. I got to go see that and touch his carving, you know. I got to interview people who were imprisoned with my father and ask them tough questions like, did they hold it against my father for escaping? Because things got a lot more stringent for them after he left. It was a beautiful documentary, and it came on TV abroad, but I never had the rights to just post it on YouTube or something. And I finally have that. So I'm releasing that this fall. I'm really excited to share that with people. I think the story will resonate with a lot of people, especially children of immigrants. But I really think mainly just any person of color in America. I think Black and brown people in America have a complicated relationship with the concept of home. And, you know, if you're an immigrant or a child of an immigrant, then you fled your home because of a lack of economic opportunity or political situation. For people who are American descendants of slavery, they were stolen from their home and put here and forced to kind of go through the motions of saying Pledge Allegiance in school and going through all this 4th of July, you know, brouhaha. And then you've got indigenous Americans, Native Americans, who are relegated to specific areas that were intentionally put in desolate places. You know, my brother Frank Wan, who's also an Iman artist, roster, on the Men Artist roster with me, Inner City Muslim Action Network. He's Lakota. He grew up on Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. He's like, yo, they put us there because it's desolate. There's no agriculture. There's no hope. They sent us there to die. But guess what? Once they find some oil and they can build a pipeline, they come right back knocking on that door. So I feel like, and especially people of color here in the States have a complicated relationship with home. And that documentary, it's called Sing Freedom, which kind of follows me on my journey home for the first time and retracing my father's footsteps and just navigating my identity. I think a lot of people will be able to relate to it. So I'm looking forward to putting that out.
I'm looking forward to you putting it out too. It's going to be important for us to see that. And I love how you said that with people of color and Black folks in particular, that our relationship with our homeland is complicated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Many of us are doing our best to bridge that I don't even want to call it a gap. We're trying to reunify, and we've done it in many ways, but there's still some complications there. Our dude Kanye.
Oh man.
We have to pray for our brother. Last year, I actually had the opportunity to work with him for 4 weeks during his Sunday services. Well, what I appreciate about him, even with all of his self, he said, believe the good and the bad you hear about me. He owns it in his own way. And I was speaking on him just in regards to him saying that slavery was a choice, and some of the negative things that he said about our heroes. I'm very clear that I don't apologize for who I choose to be my hero. And Harriet Tubman, to say that she didn't free enough people or something like that, it's like, I'm not going to out you publicly, but I'm older than you. When I get my switch, I'm going to tear that honey up.
I will say this about Kanye, and I don't think I need to go address any of the things he's been saying lately. I don't think I need to address any of that. But I will say one thing is, when you're a celebrity, and I'm not a mental health professional, but he seems like he goes through these bouts of periods of being manic, like really manic, like he's going literally through mania. And the difference between a Kanye and somebody else is that he has these moments publicly, and other people have them privately. So I do pray for his healing and awareness, because we need leaders, man, at the end of the day, you know. And I would love to sit here and laugh and be like, oh, I hope he gets what's coming to him, but I really don't want to, because we're not winning in the end if that's what happens. If he comes to the light, then we're winning, you know.
It's interesting you should say that, because in a portion of this book where it talks about the gratitude and obedience, and if one of us is obedient, the other isn't, then we have to be mindful about, they know that, look at that, they know they wrong, and I'm in the will of God, but they wrong, then we flip the switch, if you will. And that I wish I could read it. I'm so excited about hearing this, but that pointing the finger as though there aren't three more pointing back at us and telling us, remember those moments when you went 5150.
You remind me of a story, and it's really a lesson in humility. And I think that's one thing with Kanye and the way we have celebrity culture and worship culture. If you're not grounded in some of these principles that we've been blessed to be grounded with, especially in terms of humility, and I'm grateful for that, you can start believing in your own hype. But I think about a story. There was one of the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who was known as the keeper of secrets. And so the Prophet would tell him who the hypocrites were. And the hypocrites in those times were people who outwardly pretended they were Muslim, but inwards they were not Muslims, and many of them even plotted against the Prophet and Islam. But the Prophet, peace be upon him, didn't want the public to know who the hypocrites were. He didn't want anybody treated a certain way. So he just told this one companion, and he was the keeper of secrets. He wasn't allowed to tell anybody. And sometimes after somebody passed away, they would get a hint, like, oh, we think he was a hypocrite because the Prophet didn't show up to his burial and his janazah. So anyway, to my non-Muslims who are listening, one of the great companions, his name was Umar ibn Khattab. He was one of the Prophet's close friends. We regard him as one of the greatest people to have walked the earth. And he used to go up to this keeper of the secrets. And this is the guy who was the second Khalifa of Islam, the second man to be in charge after the Prophet's death. He used to go up to the keeper of secrets and said, please tell me who they are. Tell me who they are. He's like, I can't tell. After so many attempts, he said, listen, can you just tell me this? Am I one of them? Am I one of the hypocrites? You know? And Hamza was like, no, you're not one of them. But that's that humility, somebody who we have on a pedestal in terms of his character. And all he wanted to know was to just exonerate himself. He wasn't worried about anybody else, what you're doing. He wanted to make sure he was on the right path. So if we can adopt like an ounce of that level of humility, I think the world would be a lot better off. And it's really difficult now when you have not only celebrity culture, but you have social media where you got people literally called followers and you have validation all around you. It doesn't matter what you say, you'll find somebody to validate it. So yeah, I definitely pray for Kanye's mental well-being, and you know, I hope he realizes that when he makes statements like this, you know, he's being used as a pawn. And I do understand with the Harriet Tubman statement, I read that the full clip was him not saying that Harriet Tubman didn't do anything, but what he was saying is that even when people were freed from slavery, they were in another form of slavery. But you got to know better than you can't just be making reckless comments like that, you know. So I hope it ends well for him. I don't know.
You know, like you said, we get to pray for him. We get to do that. And we get to make sure that as we're being allowed a level of celebrityhood, regardless of how large it is that we're responsible. That we recognize that whatever level of celebrityhood or leadershiphood that we've been allowed, that we're responsible to make sure that our actions exemplify the greatness and the goodness of God at every opportunity. In the smallest, it goes back to when I was talking about the sister just laying a prayer on the young man. The way that you said, well, you know, I just thought that my tour was a good thing, but I don't really see myself as a philanthropist. I just felt like I was giving because that's what we do. Just being cognizant of that. I was listening to a brief clip of J. Cole. I don't really know his music, but he was talking about celebrityhood and how it has become a culture that folks are looking to celebrities for answers. And many celebrities, and this is not the first time, many years ago, I'm not a baseball fan, but there was a baseball player who played for the Dodgers in Southern Cal. And he just adamant that I'm not a leader. I'm not an icon. Don't look to me for answers. And folks were saying, but you are, and folks are looking at you. And it can become the curse and the greatness at the same time. That's a whole nother subject that we can get into. Let me.
Well said.
Doggone it, I missed my question here. Hang on, let me get it. Here we go. No. That's your bio.
I think you had a question about the X-Men. You told me.
Yes, that I absolutely do. I have a baby sister. Well, she a baby to me because I just love her.
Yeah.
But my baby sister loves the X-Men, and I saw that you talked a little bit about the X-Men. Tell me more about that, because I love that whole trilogy, and I love how comic books in particular and they're borrowing, if you will, from spiritual culture in a way. So there's a little bit of spirituality injected, just enough, not too much to get anybody like, oh no, I don't want to do that, but enough to instill a thought process. Talk a little bit about you and the X-Men.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I spoke a bit about how the X-Men literally helped me navigate my identity as a Muslim American and an African American and Arab American in the United States. First of all, visually, before I get into the story, it was my first time really seeing on TV. Before that, you really only saw like especially for good guys and protagonists, like white guys. You know, you just saw white people. And an occasional black man, maybe. You know, X-Men would have Storm, who was the leader of the X-Men in the field, a woman, a black woman, and it would show her in her past and history in Cairo, Egypt, and in Kenya, places that are close to me. You know, you had Native Americans and people, Russians. You had all type of culture and spirituality. But at the end of the day, and I think this fits. This fits with me as a Muslim American, but I think this same narrative has fit different groups of people throughout history. African Americans probably have always been in this group of people. And Assata Shakur said something in her autobiography, and she was talking about the Black Panther movement, and she said that the United States government and the media will demonize a people to make the public fear them, so that the United States will attack them because of their political beliefs. They'll justify it through some fake criminal activity. But when they do oppress these people, the public does not, there's no outcry from the public because the public fears them. So they might know that a member of the Black Panther was put in jail for money laundering or some BS, but there's no outcry because the white people are like, well, he probably belongs in jail anyway, you know? And so when you watch X-Men, it's different than other superhero shows because people aren't like interacting with radioactive materials and not getting bit by special, whatever. They have powers because it's in their genes. Just genetically, they come across powers. So you have this group of people, mutants, who the public fears. The public hates them because they fear them. And they fear them because the media is always disproportionately talking about them, showing things that they do wrong, showing how they react to oppression. The mutants will be oppressed and then they'll react. And it's the media disproportionately within the comics covers the reactions of the quote unquote bad apples. They even go as far as to have plants. So there'll be mutants peacefully protesting, and then they'll have people from in the comics, there's a group called Friends of Humanity. You can look at these people as like the modern day white nationalists. So these Friends of Humanity will join protests acting like they're protesting for mutant rights, but they'll throw like Molotov cocktails or be violent and get on TV, kind of framing them. And we've seen these in the Black Lives Matters protests currently.
Yes.
Straight up white people who look like cops, people in certain security, outfits, breaking windows and doing things. So I was watching that, and I would just see the hate and fear of these mutants, and now they're being oppressed. But there are some mutants that are reacting. They're fighting violence with violence, just like there are some Muslims who are doing that, and they're being oppressed, so they're fighting back the only way they know how. And so it's not a black and white situation. But for me, I really identified with it just as a young kid in the United States of America. It was something that I could kind of hold on to and relate to and look at their struggle. I remember there's this young Asian American character on the show. Her name's Jubilee. She's like the young one. She joins the squad. And she said something to the senator who was really deliberate about making lives of mutants hard. And she's like, "Why do you hate us?" She's like, "What did I ever do? What did I ever do to you?" And he says, "You were born," And that basically, that sums it up, man, how some people will feel. But, I just, into my adulthood, I've always kind of, that story of the X-Men just always resonated with me.
Is there any particular character in the X-Men that really you felt like, yeah, that's sort of me, or yeah, that's me right there?
It's funny you asked that because I always gravitate towards characters who are the unleashed version of me. So they're not really me. I look at somebody like Wolverine. There's a character named Gambit who I really like, and but these guys are off the cuff. Those are like the fantasy of who I would be. But in reality, I'm more like a Storm. Like I'll follow the rules for the greater good and try to keep the team together. You know what I mean? The younger version of me, the middle school Kayem, who broke the record for infractions and write-ups, and who was always suspended in high school. Like, he would probably relate to a Wolverine and Gambit. But I would have to say, like, the modern day me would probably just be Storm.
Do you ever feel like I'm hearing you talk about your high school self, and now you've probably been able to evolve that portion of yourself. Have you ever felt like you were in a situation where somebody was almost challenging you because they see that you're this really not tamed, but how do I want to say, not conserved, but you've got this aura about you that's cool, calm, and collected. You aware of you, even without looking around. You're aware of your surroundings. You know how to move and groove through a situation. You ever feel like somebody has looked at you, hasn't looked at your bio, and they said, "Look at him, Miss Rich so and so," you know, and would almost try to challenge you? And have you ever felt like, now they don't even know from whence I came. They don't want me to have to resurrect an older version of myself and turtle wax that behind?
I think that's such an amazing question. I don't think I've ever been asked that before. The good thing is I'm at a place in my life now where I don't need validation, right, from anybody. I don't need that person to know that I'm, you know, the big bad dude on the block. I don't need anybody to know. I don't need to prove my toughness to anybody. If you out there trying to like bully somebody, I'm pitying you, you know, and your insecurity. I'm not even gonna let that rile me up. But a big change that I made in my music and the new music that I have coming out in comparison to the old music that I used to put out, my music was always sincere. It was always authentic, but it was always just a sliver of who I really am. I think that I felt a lot of pressure, not from people, but just from myself, to be a role model, to speak about good, positivity, you know, but I started realizing I was getting thrown in the same boat with a lot of other artists. Sometimes I'd get invited to shows or festivals, and these other artists had very, very different upbringings than I did. They might have a couple, they might just also be Muslim or something, but, you know, they might have grown up private schools. You know, I grew up, you know, most of my peers that were older than me, the Libyans, we came from good families, but the generation of kids just older than me, all of them were selling drugs, in jail, shot and killed. We didn't grow up that same millionaire private school life as some of these other rappers. And it's not to knock the other rappers. Everybody's life is written for them how it's supposed to be. But I started realizing, like, yo, people really think that they don't really know my lifestyle. And a part of me, I say I don't need validation, but a part of me did resent kind of assumptions being made about how I grew up. I remember even coming here, there's a predominant suburb called Bridgeview outside of Chicago. There's a big Palestinian American community. This is kind of weird, but I just remember being in the city at some function, and some guy was kind of cold to me. He was like, "Oh, you one of those Bridgeview guys?" Because I had friends from Bridgeview, so he probably saw me with those friends. I was kind of new. I didn't really understand what the implications were. But the sentiment was that he's really assuming a lot about who I am and what my background is. So I made a conscious decision with my new music to still be authentic, but to offer a bit more of myself. I realized that I don't have to be everybody's mom's favorite rapper, you know? So if I want to speak on something that hopefully will make other young people relate more, because if you only showing the good and the good in your life, other people are just going to see it as something that's unattainable. So I want to show a little bit of the mud that I rode through. I want to show a little bit of the dirt that I came from. And I think the current music is more honest and vulnerable in that sense. And I'm willing to put myself out there and offer myself up for judgment a little bit more than I was previously. So it's a really good question that you asked me, and it has been on my mind at times. So yeah, that's that.
Wow, you know what's so beautiful is you saying that. Another one of our, in a residency, I think we refer to as fellows in some circles, and Asia Black, her and her husband from the Reminders, they did in their last episode, she talked about how folks were talking about rappers and how they were saying, well, you know, you shouldn't talk about that bad life, and you shouldn't let your kids listen to this and this. And what I appreciated about her is that if you have never lived that life, if it hasn't been a part of your experience, then you would know what they're singing about. You would know what the rap is about, what the conversation about, what the text is about. You don't have a context. And so for an individual to say, don't speak on that and don't let your children listen to that, she said that wasn't a fair assessment. And I'm paraphrasing because I really appreciated her saying, if you haven't been poor, then you don't know what that experience is like and why an individual would make a decision this outside of it. Almost becomes, if you're familiar with the film Gone with the Wind, where Scarlett O'Hara is standing on a hill. She said, I will never be poor again. And it almost had the subtitle underneath, by any means necessary. I just won't. And so I so appreciate that, having come from an environment growing up in the projects, when folks see me with my harp and they see me walking kind of my way with my great husband, but you don't know what it took to get here. And I'm grateful for every step. And so I so appreciate you saying that that you're aware that I could be up to some ridicule, some criticism, because I'm being authentic. But it's that rawness and authenticity, don't say it fast or 5 times, that is so needed right now. The vulnerability, that there were folks that I didn't think could be vulnerable, and the coronavirus has become like this infinite equalizer for all of us across the board. And to be able to show one's vulnerability is going to be so powerful as we move into the next paradigm shift, because it's shifting every day. And as we move forward and it just keeps shifting, our vulnerability, we get to, Abbas Muhammad was saying, we get to peel off these layers, or even to remove the mask that we had that made us look like we didn't have any problems. And now we can remove the mask and say, yeah, I do have this problem. I am afraid. I don't know what's happening. Someone has died in my family from this, or it's just getting too close to me, or I don't know what I'm going to do. That vulnerability is going to be the equalizer and also the uplifter for all of us collectively, if we're willing to do it. So I applaud you on that.
Yo, I know that I'm getting close to the end of the time of your show, and I think that's a beautiful, I think that's just a beautiful way to sum all of this up, and to, with gratitude, live in our vulnerability and share it with others. And you never know who needs to hear it about you just living your truth and being who you are. So, Destiny, I appreciate sharing space with you. This is our first really one-on-one dialogue. I love the humility, you know, the humility that comes out of you, like you casually, like, oh yeah, I worked with Kanye on the gospel, you know, on the gospel thing. For other people, that would be like the #1 in their bio, like But also, me as an artist, I also understand that you don't get your value because of something you did for somebody else. You are, excuse my language, a badass artist in your own right. So you don't need to brag about something you did for Kanye. You're doing your own stuff every day. So props to you.
God is the greatest. We know that. What do you want folks to know about you? What do you want them to know about you? CNN, activist. I mean, I could go on and on with the accolades, but what do you want? What's your favorite food? We know what your favorite film is, but what's your favorite food?
Oh, man. You know what? I'll tell you something. Libyan food. People don't really know what Libyan food is because obviously Libya is not very well known. They think it's like Mediterranean type food or whatever, but it's really spicy, saucy, pasta based because we were colonized by Italy. And the only food that I know that people would know of that actually originated in Libya, I don't know if you've heard of this food, but there's a food called shakshuka, which became popular in Israel. And now if you go to these little trendy Oakland cafes, you'll see it. But it's like poached eggs in a spicy tomato sauce. And that was actually created by Libyan Jews long, long ago. And when a lot of them left and went to Israel, they started making it there, so it was popularized there. So you'll see these like Israeli shakshuka menus everywhere. But yo, I like, because of that, I like saucy, spicy food. So I like Cajun, Creole, like etouffee. I'm from the South. I like all the Southern stuff. Like Thanksgiving dinner, I'm not trying to eat that just on Thanksgiving. That's like the stuff I like to eat.
You don't want the big old yard bird?
I'll do it. I'm saying I don't want to only eat that on Thanksgiving. I'm going to eat that anytime. But I do try to stay healthy, man. I'm a big, big believer that our body is an amana. It's a trust from God, and that we should take care of this vessel. We should watch what we eat. I'm not into counting calories or nothing like that, but I am into eating foods that aren't processed, aren't prepackaging, aren't prepackaged, making stuff fresh at home. So that's that. But I'll try anything. There's not a food that, outside of pork, there's not a food that I won't try or don't like, as long as we're allowed to eat it.
Bet. Any website or any social media, what you got coming up like very soon here?
I would say just keep up Kayem, and all my social media is This Is Kayem, Kayem. Holla at me. Instagram is probably what I use the most. I know I'm going to have to get back on Facebook, have to get back on Twitter soon, but definitely holla at me on Instagram at This Is Kayem.
Kayem, it's such a pleasure. I have so enjoyed this. Let it not be the last time. Let's keep it going.
Oh, once this is all over, I'm going to see you in Oakland because I plan on performing out there. I would be blessed to have you either on stage or in the audience, but I'd love to have you around.
You just call me, man. I'm there. We're going to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Much love.
Much love. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. Check out Raise Karma. Check out Kayem. Check out Destiny Muhammad. We loving you much. We're going to talk with you soon. Peace out.
I hope you guys can hear me now. It looks like my audio should be coming through. If not, we'll just jump right into it. Thank you guys so much for following our journey. It's been a beautiful, beautiful month. I speak on behalf of all of the artists, and we really appreciate you guys. Looks like there's a little bit of echo, so I'm going to move into Jamarr's episode.
Yo, what up, though? Langston, Hues, Jamarr Johnson.
Hey.
God-loving basketball. Week 4?
Week 4, man.
Week 4. Gratitude.
Man, gotta stay humble. Gotta stay humble. Got to, you know what I mean? You hear? Gratitude. Man, it's a great topic to talk about. Great topic.
Well, first, before we get started, let me ask you, how do you feel? The 4th week?
Yeah, man. No, man, this journey's been amazing, man. I feel great. I mean, I'm super excited about the episodes, how they turned out. I'm glad that me and you got a chance to kind of get our camaraderie and then and kind of talk it through together. So, like, I feel like it's been a great experience, man. I loved it, man, so far.
So, first week went through negative thoughts?
Yeah. Yep.
Let's get a little recap.
Okay, so we went through negative thoughts. We did the float therapy, right?
Yep.
Yep, and that was awesome, man, because even the experience of the float therapy was able to, like, tap into just my own body and just, like, kind of be in an experience that I never had before. Then we went to what?
The second one, we went through fear of death.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we talked about, we did the breath work with Chantel, so that was awesome. You know what I mean? Just being able to kind of just tapping into my body, man. This whole journey has really just showed me more about who I am as a person, as a being. And the fear of death, that's something that is actually a motivator for me, like to live my best life today and be thankful for today and live in the present. So then we went to heedlessness.
Heedlessness and
Right.
becoming present.
Right. So yeah, basically it was just like taking heed to the call God has on our lives and being thankful for what we're gifted with. You know what I mean, and not trying to not overlooking it or not taking it for granted. You know what I mean. And then today,
here we are at gratitude. What does gratitude mean to you?
Gratitude, I think, is an attitude. I think it's just a way how you see the world, how you see yourself, how you see your experience. I think it's a state of mind, and it's action. So like I can be living in gratitude. You know what I'm saying? I can be living with this state of mind that I appreciate everything that's happening around me. I appreciate even the clothes I wear. And simply last night I've been doing a meditation where I'm just literally appreciating the sensation of breathing.
Mm-hmm.
The sensation of my body touching the contact between my body and the seat. You know what I'm saying? Just tapping it back to like the things that are like always there for us,
Mhm.
and being appreciative of that. So I think gratitude is just like a state of mind and being able to appreciate and embrace where you are right now without overly ambitious thoughts about the future and regrets about the past. It's really being appreciative of where you are currently right now. I think that's so important. You know what I mean, in your journey, to just tap into that. You know what I mean, tap into that state, because we're constantly caught in the flow of doing things.
Mhm.
And sometimes we can't even be appreciative of what we're doing and being thankful for what we're doing, even though we're probably doing something that we probably plan to do or hope to do, and we're just doing it, but we're not even realizing that we hope for that moment to happen.
Yeah.
Like literally, like everything that's happening right now was something that we thought about maybe yesterday or days ago and months ago, years ago. Living in Bali was a dream.
Mm.
Now we're here every day. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I wake up and try to smell the air and see the rice fields and just doing things that just try to soak it in, man. And it's so subtle, but I think it's definitely something that if you take a moment, 10 minutes a day or, whatever, just taking a moment of just to breathe deeply, conscious breathing, periodically throughout the day. That's always great ways to kind of bring yourself back center to being present. So yeah, man, gratitude to me is just, living that way. You know what I'm saying?
You mentioned something earlier about like a lot of things we have now are realizations, everything that we desired and we prayed for coming into fruition.
Right.
But I do find that in today's society, such a fast-paced society, instant gratification society, people don't appreciate what they do have, or they want more. When we live in a society where people aren't realizing that some of the things that they received today and that they have today are things that they prayed about time before, how do we suggest that people understand gratitude and be grateful for the things they have? Because one thing that's really special about gratitude scientifically is that it heals. We find that being grateful makes you happier, removes anxiety, removes stress. Just the act of being grateful and practicing gratitude has all of these benefits that are scientific.
Yeah.
On your molecular level in regards to if you're going to be stressed or not, because we know that sometimes stress leads to cancer. Stress can be cancer causing, right? And then like on a spiritual level, because once you start to be grateful about the things that you already have, or it may not even be about things, it can just be about a state that you're in. You're grateful to be in this happy state. You're grateful to be a person who is compassionate and caring, right? On a spiritual level, right? We're talking about purification of the heart, right? So we're looking at things on a spiritual level as well. So gratitude is something that has immense benefits for the person who participates in practicing gratitude. So how do you suggest people practice gratitude when they may already have everything, don't even realize they have everything? And I know it sort of ties into what we discussed last time in regards to not realizing what you have until it's gone, but in some cases it never goes away. And so whatever it may be, it may never go away, and so you still may not realize what you have. So how do we be people that are practicing gratitude?
I think that's a multi-dimensional, multifaceted answer, because I think there's things you can do practically, things you can do mentally, physically, and spiritually. Like, you have to encompass your whole being in it. So one thing I do to practice gratitude, I think, is just to meditate. Literally just spend time a day just quieting myself, sitting still. Sitting still alone brings you into the state of acceptance and allowing things to just be okay for right in that moment. You're not focusing on trying to do something in the future. You're not thinking about the past. You're literally just there sitting still. I know in the Bible it talks about be still and see the salvation of the Lord. Like, you can kind of, God always wants us to kind of center ourselves, you know, and be and know that we're like, God is working through our life, you know, and trying to be cognizant of that in our daily life. So being still is a great way. Meditating is a great way to kind of build this gratitude of just being present with yourself, present with your breath, present with your current reality. Like, even if you're in a situation that's kind of troublesome, if you can meditate and be still in that moment, you're gonna find something's gonna come into your thought process, into your consciousness, that's gonna make you appreciate your life at that current moment. So I think meditation is key. I think another way is prayer. Literally just spending time every day and just thanking God for the things that you do have in your life. Thanking God, you know, gratitude journaling is another way to, like, kind of just remembering all the goodness and the blessings that you have in your life every day. Just like making it a habit, you know, because I think that oftentimes we are thankful for the things that we have after we lose them, and then we wish we can get them back. But if we're in a state where we're kind of always like, all right, well, I woke up this morning, thank you for that. I'm breathing right now, thank you for that. You start your day or some part of your day to, like, you know, tap into just the fact that you have life, you have food to eat, you have clothing to wear, you have, you know, work, you have money in your bank account, you know, whatever it is, it's being thankful for those things. And even praying those things or writing those things are great ways to kind of just build into your subconscious mind the ideas and the thoughts of you already being whole, because that's what we're aiming for, like that wholeness, right? We want to be whole within ourselves. We want to be complete within ourselves. So praying, meditating, gratitude journaling, but I think in a practical way, just conscious breathing. Like, sometimes you can just, like, you can be walking. I do it in the game a lot when I play basketball. If I'm running like excessively, like back and forth a couple of times, I would just stop and take a really deep breath, hold it for like 2 seconds, and then let it out. Because normally I'll be breathing at a fast pace, for like trying to catch my breath. When I found myself in that state, I'll stop, breathe deeply, and let it out. And what that does is it brings me really into the present moment. Like, my thoughts stop for a moment, which is a great way for me to recognize what's happening in the game, the score, what needs to happen next. Are we up? Do we have the momentum? Like, I can bring awareness to my situation more clearly once I stop, breathe, and just focus on my breath for a little bit. And actually, like, my first tattoo I ever got here is I got it in Bahasa. I got it here in Surabaya. It's called Nafas adalah kompas jiwa, which means
Nafas adalah
kompas jiwa. The breath is the compass for the soul. You know what I mean? And I think that breathing and being conscious of your breath, like without this breath, like, we don't experience anything. So how can we not be thankful for this breath? How can we not be in touch with this breath? How can we call it breath, but what really is it? Like, we don't know what it is. It's around us, it's in us, but it's something that's powerful, because without it, we couldn't even, like, live. We can't even have any awareness in our current reality. So breathing exercises and, you know, consciously being thankful for things, consciously praying and, you know, and expressing that gratitude in written or even in your own thoughts, saying it to yourself. All these things are great ways to just build up in your subconscious mind this idea of wholeness. And from that space of wholeness, you have clarity about who you are, your ambitions, your goals, your dreams, which direction you should go. I think a lot of times I get a lot of direction from just being still. Like, my thoughts will go, and I realize that I've been thinking about something obsessively, and it's just anxiety about the future. But my thoughts have been going so long that I kind of got sucked up into how I'm going to figure out the next step. That's just anxiety. You're thinking about the future. It's anxiousness. That's not how you should live. Why would you live like that? Why wouldn't you just want to be calm and just let things go with the flow and be in a state of gratitude where you know things are going to happen at the right time and you don't have to actually, obsess about the future.
You mentioned something earlier, like gratitude journaling. So what I like to do is I make a gratitude jar.
Yeah.
And then maybe at the end of the day, write down some things that I'm grateful for, or some things that may have occurred during that day, or just something may have just come to memory, and I want to take that moment to actually be grateful for it at that point in time. Here's a question for you, because you mentioned about being in the game as well. So for athletes, let's say you've been working all year, you're in the squad, in your case, basketball.
Yeah.
You're in the playoffs, and now you're trying to get to the chip.
Yeah.
Right? You guys been working tough, putting in the dedication, putting in the routine, coming up with the strategy to secure the final win for the championship.
Yeah.
You're trying to get the chip, right? And it can be applicable to any sport, right? Maybe you're swimming, so you're working extra hard, or you want to join Ironman, so you do marathon, you become a cyclist. You're just working really, really hard, right?
Yeah.
And in your mind and in your team's mind, you're already certain, like, we're gonna win this. We got this, okay? What happens if you lose? How can you maintain gratitude and being grateful in a circumstance, if the circumstance comes to a point that you didn't actually win? And you can apply it to anything. Maybe someone's starting a new business, and what if the business failed? Someone's building a home, and a tornado comes, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Right? You're studying for these exams, and you've done your extremely well in regards to being disciplined and learning and committing everything to memory and understanding, but you failed the exams. How do you maintain gratitude and gratefulness in a state like that? Or in our case, right, we're experiencing one of the greatest pandemics of modern times, COVID-19, coronavirus. How do we continue to maintain gratefulness? But I like more of an example from your perspective in regards to, like,
sport.
Yeah,
basketball.
You're putting in the work, you're doing what you could, and you lost.
Well, I think everything in life is a lesson, and everything that happens is for a reason. So, like, whether you're successful or you fail, there's something in that situation that's supposed to help you grow in your character, in your mentality, in your approach, in your preparation. There's something in that experience. The experience itself was the teacher. The experience itself was the lesson. Whether you win or lose, if you do lose, it's definitely something in there that's going to show you why, a lesson that you can learn, And I think the key to maintaining that gratitude is to accept that lesson and to be thankful that now you know better now. Now you know what didn't work. Now you know what you need to do better. Now you know how to adjust. Now you know, what to strengthen or, what to focus on moving forward. So I think being able to take a loss and realize that it was a lesson. It was a teacher. It gave you an opportunity to learn something about yourself or about your team or about your preparation that maybe was lacking. So in order to move forward to where you want to go, you learn that lesson, you accept that in gratitude, and now you apply. And I think that's a great way. The only way I've learned, because actually last year I tore my Achilles tendon, and the Achilles tendon is probably like one of the worst injuries for a professional athlete, any athlete. And it was a moment where I was so thankful about it because I was tired from working so much. I was playing year-round basketball for like 3 years. So I was actually happy that I had a break to kind of like focus on myself and things like that. But it also taught me that literally from any state, you can grow. Because literally I couldn't walk. I couldn't move my foot like this. I had to wait 2 months just to have my foot in a regular shoe. Then I had to learn how to wiggle my toes. Then I had to learn how to take a step and then get on my tippy toes. And then scrouch, it was just like it was a really, really long, methodical process, step by step. But it showed me that from any state, you can literally, you can grow from. And even from the point where being immobile, I was able to now jump and dunk and run and shoot and do all the things I used to do, it just took some time. You know what I mean? So overall, man, like, yeah, losses are never the end. You know, losses are lessons, in my opinion. And then, as long as you can learn those lessons and apply the corrections you need to make, you should be thankful for that. Thankful for the loss because it taught you something.
Yeah, the lesson is vital, right? Because most of the things we know as of today in life, assuming you've been on this earth for, let's say, at least 20 to maybe 40, 50 years, there's things you learn, right? Maybe just from a young age, you learn that you touch a flame, you might get burnt, right? Or if it's raining, you might get wet. So we, you know, just to simplify, but in general, like, lessons definitely can be blessings in disguise, right? It's definitely going to be hard sometimes for people to rectify when they don't necessarily get the results that they desire, or they don't necessarily get the win that they were seeking, the victory, but it's always an opportunity. The comeback is greater than the setback.
Yeah, facts. That's facts. So yeah.
Yo, Jamarr Johnson, Langston Hues, Gratitude, God-loving basketball. This is number 4, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna see you guys again.
Yeah, man, I hope so. I'm so glad to be here. Glad you guys tuned in. Hey, God-loving basketball. Hey, make it your own. God-loving whatever you love. You know what I mean? God-loving whatever your craft is. God-loving whatever your talent is. But God love whatever you do. For me, it's basketball. I love y'all. Peace.
Don't forget to like, share, comment. Until next time, cheers.